Morning, Crisis. Zone, good morning. Centauric. Thank you for the 3 months. Hello, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone today? Days off. Nice. I just had some of those before Alice went back to school. They were nice. But now she's gone. Back to school. Back to school. To prove to Dad that I'm not a fool. Why'd my phone go visit? I don't remember that being like that. Been raw. For the 88 months, bud. I haven't seen a rabbit, actually. There's got to be rabbits out there somewhere. Maybe not. But we do have a predator call that makes rabbit noises. I need to call in 2 more animals. 2. Count them, chat. 1, 2. So I can unlock the next level of calls. So that maybe I can find better bears. Damn, listen to that echo. Yeah, a little comfy on it. I'm going to stream for a bit this morning, and then I want to swap back to nights tonight. I'm going to do the damnedest to revitalize the old stream schedule. One of my fishing leagues is over, so I should be good. Back to school, a little bit of routine. Routine is nice. It's like a weird way to say it's like size, I think, Fanro, is all. Like, is it healthy? Yo, Led. Instead of the quest just saying harvest 2 big fuck bears. Slim! Thank you for the 15 months. And 50% a good score? I haven't killed one yet. I've killed quite a few bears and haven't gotten one yet, so I'd say it's above average. I thought a deer got me. Yeah, when does that come out? Is that today? Actually, is that today? No. I keep thinking it's today, but it's not. It's actually... If it's today, I'll swap right the fuck now. Wednesday. Oh, buddy. Wednesday's the perfect day. Marathon. I'm gonna mark it down on your calendars. Fishing marathon starts Wednesday. I didn't see any footage of it. Does it look like shit? Did I just commit to a bad idea? Fuck it, I'm already doing it. Just wandering. There'll be a deer eventually. Never stopped me before. Just pivot back to RF4. I don't want no dang pheasant. Thought it was real. Yeah, I was fishing in a tournament yesterday and came around a corner in a little channel and there was a buck and I was like, holy shit, a buck! And then it didn't run away and I realized it was a fucking someone's 3D archery target. Though I'd been up for like 16 hours at that point, so I was pretty tired. Deer, where are you? I thought this was going to be real easy. Apparently, I've killed them all. I don't want you, pheasant. Maybe that pheasant wants to get fucked by a deer. You know, whatever gets you off. Deer must not be packing mega schlong, huh? I feel like is all the time I've spent hunting, I've never noticed big deer dick. Someone look this up for me. Deer got pretty small dicks, huh? Everyone freaked out and started screaming at a tree stump. That's funny. Uh, my favorite dead animal in the woods story was we were all camping. I may have just told this the other day, but it's always funny to me. We were all camping, and I was like one of the last ones to get up, and everyone's sitting around the campfire already. Just a bunch of us from school. And everyone's like, oh my god, you gotta see this. Andy showed us all this morning this. You gotta see it. He found this dead raccoon over here in this hole. And everybody walked me over to this hole, and you look down in the hole, and it's just someone's big dump. Andy had dug a hole, took a shit in it, and all morning, every time someone woke up, the first thing he did was tell them, oh my god, come see this dead raccoon. And it was just his own shit in the hole. And it was beautiful, honestly. Not the shit, but like the commitment to the joke. A deer dick is 4 to 9 inches. Yeah, they ain't packing big meat. You know, not compared to like other four-legged creatures of that size. I gotta buy a new vape, but I'm fucking cheap. This thing's gonna blow up someday. My battery is not low. These are brand new, just charged batteries. Don't lie to me. It's a bad connection between my tin foil and my washer and the battery posts. I don't have a bigger than 9-inch penis, no, but like, if you're gonna compare like a horse dick, so even a small horse, let's go down to like a donkey. A wild ass isn't that big, but that thing's got a dick. And I'm just saying, if deer had big dicks, I'd have seen one by now and been like, damn, that's a big dick. And I haven't. Horses, donkeys, cattle. St. Bernards. That's why I went down to a wild ass. Still much heavier than a deer, but like size. Come to me. Yeah, deer are quite light. They're very, what's the term I'm looking for here? Not dainty. Fragile. Agile. Agile might work. What the fuck's that word, Psychon? That wasn't it. Yeah, a donkey would weigh the same as a deer if not for its abnormally large dick. Athletic? I thought about athletic. Slender, sure. Petite. Where'd that fucking deer go? Oh, my stink is blowing right at him. Her. Yeah, I don't ever really care much about the, like, comparing us to other animals thing, because, like, we're just not at all in the same ballpark. We got the massive brains, yo. It's like technically a tomato's a fruit, but who cares? That shit's still a vegetable to me. Like, we may be animals, but let's not sit around and compare ourselves. I mean, even monkeys, man. Like, you're still, like, nowhere fucking near, man. Besides, like, similarities in build. I don't remember that being the sell button, but okay. So I started blasting. Because even when someone talks about, like, intelligent animals like chimps or dolphins or what the fuck ever, dude, it's like, it's a toddler level of intelligence at best. Not even toddler. It's like, that works. My little brother is the like. Again, I'm not feeling terms today, for lack of a better term. Like the biggest fucking airhead I know. He just knows nothing. He didn't know when Christmas was. We spent 2 days making fun of him and asking him when Christmas was. So he memorized when Christmas was. Waited 2 days, asked him when Christmas was. He got it wrong 5 guesses in a row. Like, he's just an idiot. I love him, but he's an idiot. And like, he just kept asking me questions yesterday. About dumb things like, what's a tomato? Is a peanut a nut? Like 9 million random fucking questions yesterday. And I started to just feel like a real know-it-all, and like to the point that I knew things and I didn't want to answer them. Not like he was just pop quizzing me, but just throughout our very long day together yesterday, we were together like 14 hours fishing yesterday. He asked me a million fucking questions, and I knew the answer to all of them. He knew the answer to 0 of them. So I started to feel like a real asshole know-it-all, answering all his questions and just stopped answering. But really, he's just an idiot, and I shouldn't have felt bad. Is he 6? No, he's 20. Jump right before falling elevators hit the ground to save their lives? Great question. He's just a really bad adult. My mom, I love her dearly, but she was an enabler of our laziness. Maybe that's just an excuse to be lazy. Nah, I take responsibility for my laziness now. I don't know. I don't like to blame my parents for things. But anyway, I've already said it now. She was an enabler of our laziness, and I think my brother, of all 3 of us kids, took it to the furthest extreme. And still, to this day, does. He's 20 years old, lives on his own, and mom does his laundry. Makes his lunch at work. You know. I don't see this deer that the binoculars see. Oh, yes, I do. That wasn't a log, that was a deer. All of them show young. Mine are young too. Don't know if that's actually the case or not. Look out for bears. I need to kill 2 bears, actually. I am on the lookout for... Right after I call in this last deer. Oh, it's just a visual bug? Okay. But some people just don't absorb information around them. Like when I played My Summer Car, it really made me recognize how much automotive knowledge I absorbed just from being around my dad. And I hated cars. And I never felt like I was listening to my dad when he was telling me all about automobiles and how they work. But I had a pretty decent knowledge of cars. And when I compare myself to people of my generation, I feel like I'm pretty ahead of the curve with that. I just like to know things. Even when I think I don't want to know it. Hardcore, thank you for the 50 months. You mentioned dolphins. I gotta mention something weird I learned about females. During mating, they'll mate with every male that they can. Not to increase the chance of getting pregnant, but so the males won't kill their spawn. Since the males will kill the kids of a female dolphin, so she'd want to mate again. So what you're trying to say here, I believe, is they'll kill the babies of other dolphins, but not their own young. So by her being a sleeping around floozy dolphin, she confuses all the other males into thinking that might be my kid. Yeah, my ex-wife did something similar. Okay, for the 84 months. There's a fox in a river. How cute is that? It's not that cute because I think it's drowning. He called, speaking of my dumb brother, he called unleaded unleaded and like tried to argue with me that that's how people pronounce it. And then I had to explain to him why it's unleaded and definitely unleaded because we used to have leaded gas. And when we got rid of leaded gas, we just didn't change the name of unleaded gas. There's a mule deer somewhere out there? Man, my eyes are not good this morning. Where? Oh, I saw it run by. I must be just out of range to call that female over here. I didn't want to get out of my tree stand, but I did not. That would be mean, Snark. I just instead explained it to him, knowing that he'll never bother to retain the information I've shared with him. He's very much like my mother. The most frustrating thing for me that human beings can do is ask, like, what, why, where, how, before they take, like, the fucking fractions of a second it takes for your brain to, like, attempt to solve the problem first. Like, we pulled into the gas station yesterday. I said, I need to go get some power steering fluid for my truck. Will you pump the gas? All right. I come out of the gas station holding power steering fluid, and I say, will you hold the hood up? And he says, what hood? Immediately. Like, he didn't take any time at all to put a massive amount of clues together. He just said, what hood, the minute I asked, will you hold? And that shit makes me want to punch him in the face and scream bloody murder. Thinking is complicated. Yeah, people who just don't think before they ask what, where. And it's like that with everything. Will you grab that rod? What rod? There will be one rod. But he asks. It makes me have to say more words, and I guess that's why it makes me upset. I shouldn't have to speak anymore. Slash name for the 4 years. I'm really bitching about my brother today, but yesterday was very, like, he was also tired, but it was very above and beyond the call of stupid that he normally has. He got in the truck, all fired up, ready to go for the day. We had a long day yesterday. We had to leave at 4:30 in the morning. We didn't get back till 6 p.m. It was a long fucking day. 3 hours of driving, 8 hours of fishing. It was long. We got in the truck. He's like, I got a bunch of energy drinks and a coffee. I'm good to go. It was an hour and a half drive. We're about 40 minutes in the drive. He says, hey, man, you think we're going to stop at a gas station? I need to get some drinks. And I said, no. We already stopped at a gas station, and you said you had everything you needed. Well, I drank them all already, was his answer. We're 45 minutes into what you know is at least an 11-hour day. Think ahead, man. Brain lag, is that a thing? I do it once in a while too. I think I won't admit, I won't pretend like I'm not at fault of asking where or what, why before I take 2 seconds to think. But I usually am quick enough to go, oh, never mind. So he's basically gonna piss himself. He did, in fact, have to hold his urine for 6 hours, Myth, because he didn't pee before we got on the boat for 8 hours. Either. He's 20. Then immediately, yeah, I do that one a lot, Epic. I am notorious for that one. There's so many animals, you just stand still. Oh yeah, or not being able to understand somebody right away. Being like, what did you say? Oh, I mean, I had this tweet the other day, but it was probably my favorite interaction with strangers at all. At my local diner that I go to all the time, we have a community table, we call it, where like everyone could just sit there. It's got like 6 seats, which is just too many for the average breakfast crew. Uh, so we just like anyone can sit there. But every once in a while, people come in that aren't familiar with it. So anyway, I'm sitting there alone, eating. This guy comes in. There's no table. And I'm like, hey, man, you can just sit here. It's a community table. Everyone sits here. He's like, all right, cool. He sits down next to me. And I'm still eating, not really paying any attention. And all of a sudden, a guy walks in, and he's all excited and calls him over. The guy comes over, and he's like, where you been, man? He's like, I just got a rehab. And the guy's like, huh? How much weed do I have? Oh, I got plenty, dude. What do you need? And I just literally spit taked. Because the idea of a man whispering, I just got out of rehab, and immediately being offered drugs is probably the most beautiful situation. And I couldn't help it. And the guy's like, no, no, no. I just got out of rehab. And the guy's like, what? And I just couldn't help it and just said it out loud. And I could tell I offended the guy a little bit by just saying it out loud. But I'm like, dude, he just said he got out of rehab and you're offering him drugs. Why won't any of these deer walk at me? I have to walk at them. I mean, weed's not really a drug. It's legal, but it's still funny. It was still a good time to laugh at strangers. Also, the guy was high as a fucking kite on methamphetamine. So, like, rehab didn't take. Takes people five. Uh, I mean that's not necessarily true. I grew up around addicts, and obviously I'm not. I don't know everything, but I think it doesn't matter. And in my own experiences in life, quitting anything is just committing to quit. Most people end up in rehab because they were forced or because they are desperate, but they aren't really committed to quitting. Shit, most of the people I know that have been to rehab didn't quit because of rehab. They quit some years later on their own because they finally just made that choice. They had to do it. You know? I wish I had a deer call. I don't have one. Yeah, you gotta do it. You gotta do it yourself. I had my first soda yesterday for the first time in no, that's not true. It's been a while though, months. First time in months. I too ran out of drinks on our long fishing day, so somebody offered me a soda and I took it. I'm getting quite skinny. It's weird. I walk by the mirror and double take once in a while, like who put that freakishly large head on that tiny body? Yeah, Wolfric, definitely. I've never been to rehab. I've been to a lot of meetings and Al-Anon and what's the other one for families? Anyway, I've been to a bunch of those things throughout my life. And same deal. They can give you some tools. You just got to be willing to embrace something, you know. I went on a field trip the other day, and by the other day I mean whenever school was in session before summer let out. I don't want to chase you. I can't believe you didn't die. Why did you just start running like you're healthy? Fucking die, you bastard animal! But yeah, I went on this field trip. I think talked about it when it happened, and I was kind of negative about it then, but um, I went with a friend of mine, and she texted and said, "Hey, one of my old friends is back in town, and she wants to go with us. Her kid's gonna be there, and blah blah blah." Long story short, the woman that was going with us, I didn't know her except of her like from bad stories. She went through a bunch of shit, drugs, and lost her kids, and was finally getting her life back on track. So we went on this field trip with her, and like the whole time it was just God bless, amen, praise Jesus. And like she's struggling with her friend becoming this super Christian, but at the same time, sometimes that's the kind of thing it takes to get you to dig yourself out of a hole, man. It's sad when people don't give themselves credit though, and then put it all on a higher power did it for me. Do 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 do. Yeah, my dad was big in AA for a long time, and after he quit drinking, which a lot of people don't do, unfortunately, but it's cool those that do. To give my dad some extra credit here, you know, he did even after he'd been sober a long time, he kept going and helping young people out and new people to the program, and he wasn't super religious, so he always made it a point with all the people, all the hang around people, that it doesn't have to be God, you know, it can be whatever it takes. Yeah, as much as I don't love religion, I still think, you know, the option between that and losing your kids to drug addictions, or losing your kid to drug addiction, you know. Wow, I did shoot you in the heart the first time, just not good enough. And then I just started blasting. Got a lung there. And a lung there. I mean, I was blasting. I didn't hit a lung there. It says I did. Must have been taking a deep breath when I shot you. Okay, so now. Oh! No, that's not it. It says scroll up and down to change it. It's still just a deer, though. That's not how. Alright. Can I just buy them now, or what? Did you figure it out, Bortz, or did you never solve the problem? Yeah, I'm, you know, I got lots of religious people in my life. It doesn't bug me too bad. I don't care. Um, and I don't even care if you throw it, if you bring it up all, like your religion up all the time, it may make our conversations, like, I'll probably be less, I shouldn't say less friendly. It's less likely we'll be great friends if, you know, you bring up God in every conversation we have. I'm not going to be mad at you for it, though. I just think it means we don't have things in common. Same if someone was to bring up fucking drinking or drugs or, I don't know, fucking anal beads in every conversation. Like, we just aren't, we don't have a lot in common. I'm not, I don't think the problem is you're a Bible thumper. I think the problem is you and I ain't got a lot of shared interests. How does this compare to Call of the Wild? Call of the Wild, I think, is a better video game. Is the best way I can put it. Simulators are interesting because what do you want? You know what I mean? Like, what do you really want out of it? So Call of the Wild's a better video game. The progression's better. The multiplayer's better. The perk system, the leveling, it's all better. This is a better hunting environment, a cooler world, I think, and equivalent hunting to Call of the Wild as far as the gunplay is still there. There's weapon variety. It's a, you know, it's a good hunting experience, but not a great video game. The award-winning story, yeah, it does have an award-winning story. You don't have to pay for stands, and I think stands are way better in this. I think the animal generation in this feels more natural to me than it does in Call of the Wild. I've wandered around this game for 15, 16 hours or so now, and the animal generation and where they're at feels a lot more natural to me, and less like I'm a spawn point. I've played Call of the Wild for like 100+ hours and recognize that I'm a spawn point, and it's like weird how you can feel that when you're walking around the woods. Yeah, Finraw. And it's a tough thing when your life, like his life is so built on that belief. Like that's a hard thing to connect over when you don't have it, right? Like, and you don't want to be the one responsible for making him question his beliefs. Cause dude, being religious sounds fucking dope. Yeah, much better looking. But not in every way. Call of the Wild has, like, even if it looks like shit, you leave trails and stuff, and the animals leave trails. This has generated trails and tracks, but when the animal's running away from you, it doesn't, like, leave impressions in the grass. I guess impressions is a better term. Did Bortz ever say if he figured out calls? He only played for a couple minutes before he stopped playing. Okay. I can't switch it. I unlocked level 2 callers. How do I actually use them as level? Yeah, I'm using my mouse wheel. It's not doing anything. It's swapped to a different caller. Oh, it works for you, Juan? Then it's probably just, like, needs to generate. Animals feel more dynamic. So far, I think, Led. And, we'll see, though. There we go. Yeah, fast traveling fixed it. Low fitness males, come to me. Should I show the perk system in the games? There isn't one. There's like they call it a perk system, but they're just like achievements for living. Like shoot a heart 50 times. Like that's just gonna happen. And they're just like little bonuses. I think the only thing you actually unlock is calls. Everything else. Oh, and the ability to walk with your hunter sense. And hunter sense is the worst part about this game. In order to see tracks and sounds, you have to make the game look like shit. Is the worst part of the game. It's dumb. They should figure out how to get rid of that or change that. It doesn't need to have that graphic effect, especially not that drastic. Yeah, you can also customize your difficulty and make it as realistic as you want. Which is interesting. I didn't think it could get worse. It did. No, that one's worse. That one's definitely worse. The hunter sense just doesn't make sense. Because, like, In what scenario are you out in the woods with your gun and you don't look for tracks and listen for sounds, right? Like that's the part that's stupid to me. Like, why do I have to turn it on? Yeah, it's still early. I didn't play Release Call of the Wild to know it was awful, but it's still early. I don't know that they plan to continue to add maps and stuff to this. I have no fucking clue. I bought it on a whim to play, so I got no idea. Do I have any sites that are marked for bear? I don't think so, but I feel like I've seen them up here the most. That's a noise. That's shocked me. Oh, yeah, just don't have one for bear. Why are we hunting Ross's geese? Because who the fuck cares about Ross, dude? Never liked him. He was like the worst friend. Nah, that's not true. Chandler was, but he's like second worst. It's a Jeep thing. People really hate geese. I don't like birds. But geese aren't that bad, because they like never fly near me. And that's cool. Unless I'm trying to drive my boat. Then every once in a while they'll fly sort of close. Swans are the real pricks driving a boat, because they like to wait until like the last second to fly. Probably because they're big, and it's a lot of work to fly. Geese are usually on shore, though, so they don't fuck with me hardly at all. Ducks are annoying. They get in my boat. But when you're doing 60 mile an hour and there's like 3 swans in the channel in front of you, and like there's 3 dudes right behind you doing 60 miles an hour, you can't slow down. And the swans wait to take off until you're feet away from them. It's intimidating. I don't want a swan in the face. Yeah, see, like if I was gonna hate a bird, it would be like a swallow. Regular ass birds. Swallows, cardinals, chickadees, blue jays. Fuck them all. Robins, hate them. Those little shits, you can't trust them. They're all over the place. Geese poop absolutely. Like every animal poops everywhere. That's kind of like the big advantage of being a wild animal is the ability to just shit wherever you want. I saw a dog the other day that peed while it walked around. Like, the owners acted like it wasn't a big deal, but I feel like there's probably something wrong with that dog. Does anyone else have a dog that does that? Or does this dog have like a urinary issue that they should take it to a vet for? And I don't mean like it starts like squats and peas and waddles or something like that. It's just like walking around all excited, not paying attention to the fact that it's peeing. You can fly. They do get in the way of traffic sometimes, but I'm never in a hurry when I'm driving. We only ever made our dog wear a diaper when she would bleed. That's what I thought. I was like, man, are you sure there's nothing? Good people, they know everything, so. No, it's a male dog with its balls. It's got the kit and the caboodle, which is the why I thought it was extra weird. He didn't even act like he knew he was peeing. And it wasn't nervous. I'm not talking, a dog that you run up to pet it and you're like, hi there, mister. And he just fucking pisses all over because he's excited. He was just walking across the yard pissing. Like looking at a chicken. I don't want to be back-seated in hunting, bitch. That was a bear, y'all. Oh, I don't have, sorry. Didn't have my ears on. That was a moose. Sounded like, you sound like bear. Alright, fine. You want to die? You're gonna horny call at me, I'll kill you. Gondor! When he played the Horn of Gondor, it was a lame sound, right? I'm not just making that up in my head. I feel like there was all this buildup for the Horn of Gondor, and then he tooted it, and it wasn't like a very good toot. Am I wrong? I haven't seen the Lord of the Rings movies since I was like 14. Was it lit? Maybe it was just the horn looked wimpy. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. Come here, buddy. We got so many semis to honk the other day going down the interstate. I was so proud of us. Like 14 or something. The kids counted. A little closer. Just like Grandpa taught me. How big's a moose brain? Oof, loud birds. Listen, you have to die now. Well, I can't really see. That moose is getting kind of close. Let me see your heart. Poke through that bush. That's a lot of face you're showing me. It's kind of in... There you go. Atta girl. Lifted that head up to toot at me, and I shot her in the heart. I didn't know if that was a thing. I don't ever really sit still. Heart is better than brain. Heart, when hunting, we talked about this the other day. Animals have tiny, tiny peanut brains. So, and because the only like true vital organ in an animal's head is its brain, you can shoot an animal and blow its fucking jaw off and it'll die of dehydration. There's just a lot of like horrible injuries that animals can sustain shooting in the head, with a very unlikely chance you're gonna kill them by shooting them in the brain. They're not. It's very unlikely they're gonna have a quick death if you shoot them in the head, unless you manage to their peanut. Like this is a fucking 1,000-pound animal, right? And look at its brain. It ain't very big. Thick skull, small brain. See how big its fucking lungs are? See those lungs there? Massive, right? Giant meat pies. That's this blue guy here. Those are lungs, in case you are dumb. So the majority of the time you shoot at the heart because, not just because, yes, the heart kills them quickly, but it's also because the heart is gently placed between those two giant targets that are lungs. And if you lung an animal, it'll die in a reasonable amount of time from your wound, not from dehydration, not from a broken leg, not from fucking missing an eyeball. So that's why hunters target. In my experience, that's why hunters really target the heart. Yes, it's a great kill, but like in archery, you can't target that heart very easily because you can't get an arrow through a shoulder blade of a moose. So you have to wait for this animal to step forward, hope the angle is right that you can get behind that shoulder blade and kill it. Like I grew up shooting archery, so we were always kind of aligning our shot to the shoulder blade. You want to be as close to it as you can without hitting it. Face shots are bad for trophies. Yeah, this is a female. So. But there are some things we just do for that reason too, yeah. It's the elven horn that sounded wimpy to me. Maybe it was just that it looked wimpy, and therefore I thought it's a Horn of Gondor sound.
The Horn of Gondor.
I mean, that's pretty wimpy.
The Horn of Gondor.
I don't know what I wanted it to sound like, but they just made a big deal about that man and his horn. Legolas was like by far the coolest as far as just sheer ability. He looked lame. Like Strider got all the love. He got all the fanboys, but like Legolas fucking owned. That's my random opinion of the day. I also feel like my love for dwarves was diminished greatly by Gimli. I always thought, like playing D&D and stuff growing up very young, I always thought like the idea of a dwarven fighter didn't make much sense, but once you saw it live action in Lord of the Rings, and like no matter how much of a badass they tried to make Gimli, he was still just a dwarf, dude. And like it didn't make sense. You're just not an effective unit on the battlefield, bro. There's a compilation of the horns. I see I couldn't have been the only one out there judging the horn play. Like when Gimli gave his kill count, nobody believed it. Like, dude, Gimli, you probably just got here with those tiny little eggs. They made him. There was no way to make him a bad. How do you make him a badass? He's 3 foot tall. I'm a short, tiny dude. I get it. You put me next to Dwayne Johnson, I'm just never gonna look like a badass. Doesn't matter how cool I am dressed. Dwarves and Hobbit were kind of badass. I couldn't get through the Hobbit. It was like Lord of the Rings for babies. Like, dude, I'll tell you what. I bet Gimli's a bad motherfucker in whatever his fucking dwarven homeland is. He probably fucks so hard and can kill 100 dwarves on his own, single-handedly. But against orcs, he's just... he's the last guy I'm picking to fucking follow me to Mordor. And low light vision, I guess that's an advantage. But elves probably have that too. They got everything. Fucking elves. You'd probably pass on Sam. Sam was reliable though, dude. He's a good friend. Mastercraft weapons and armor. Again, armor's dumb. I mean, I guess it's a fantasy armor is a little better. But armor overall, not that effective. Throughout history, both in real life and fantasy lands, it just doesn't do a lot. Like, he has the advantage of being strong enough to wear it so he doesn't die to a random stray arrow once in a while, sure. But when he gets fucking clobbered with a mace, he's fucking trapped inside a tin can. I can't remember. Were the halflings presented as shorter in Lord of the Rings than Gimli? Because in like D&D fantasy, aren't dwarves actually like 4 foot something, and halflings down at like 2.5 to 3.5 feet? Yeah, I know that's like D&D lore, right? Dwarves are like 12-year-old. Yeah, yeah. I mean, age is a weird way to reference them, I guess. Because I know a 12-year-old who's 5'11" and 175 pounds. They kind of like. I also know a 12-year-old who's like 3'8". Kind of. Yeah, I think he was. I think the halflings were represented a little tall. Though that changed randomly with camera angles too. Sam always looked like the biggest halfling to ever halfling. Like, he was like elf. I believe wholeheartedly that any dwarf could kick my ass. It's just if you're gonna put a dwarf next to an elf, I'm gonna pick the elf every time. Yeah, Ian McKellen did look giant next to the hobbits regularly. Especially early on in the Shire, the stuff in the Shire. 3-4 and Dwarves Lake 4. I was pretty close. Yeah, I thought so. Ian McKellen is also apparently just insanely well hung, in case you were wondering. Just like the kind of dick you know, dream of. Because, you know, we're all dreaming of dicks regularly. So we can all get let down by Call of the Wild. I know I already said I was going to do a Call of the Wild marathon, and I haven't even looked at gameplay footage. Back in a hobby. He's got a little Frodo of his own. Always loved dwarves, though, but it really did. Lord of the Rings really did ruin my idea of a badass dwarf. And not because he was comic relief, just seeing the sheer silliness of a dwarf running into combat next to things like orcs and humans and horses. Horses, specifically horses, really make dwarves seem. It wouldn't have mattered how many battle glory scenes he had. Like I understand the dwarf in a bar fight still fucks, but on the battlefield with other races, he's always just gonna look kind of silly. Size definitely matters, yeah. The dwarves in Total Warhammer? I don't know. Is that a game? Sounds. Oh yeah, that is a game. I played that. I got paid to play that. I think. Total War Warhammer. I read that as Total Warhammer. That was the problem. I didn't. I don't think it has anything to do with some innate hardwiring. I think it has everything to do with looking at the functionality of the size of their body and going, yeah, that's that's not as useful to me as a man who has an average height of like 6 foot. There's just a lot of scenarios where like being able to fucking climb, jump, step is useful, and dwarves don't have those. But cool plate armor, bro. Good beard jeans. Yeah, reach. Reach is important, dude. If I was in a boxing match against a fucking T-Rex or a gorilla, I'm gonna pick the T-Rex every time. The very alerted. Jackrabbit rabbit predator. It's the sounds of a jackrabbit to attract a predator. A wounded, injured, easy to eat jackrabbit. So that predators will go, ah, a nice easy meal. Man, look at these 3 studs and their ladies. I have to kill one of them. It's for the good of the herd. Ah, that went low. No. What's running over there? A prey willingly calling a predator. Are you calling me prey? Oh, is it real that animals cry out in agony and pain when they're in agony and pain? Yes, that is real. While animals do their best, prey animals do their best to remain hidden and quiet, except squirrels. Squirrels don't give a fuck. When they're injured and dying, they are no longer considering that, I guess, and just squeal. And rabbits make horrendous sounds when they're dying. Squirrels are noisy and have no fear. I guess it's just because they're so fleet of foot, but it's a good enough shot. It's gonna get the job done. God, tracking blood. They somehow managed to make it harder in the video game than real life, which is impressive. Sure looked like it was going this way. Oh, maybe I did hit that hard still. He died pretty fast. Oh, I used a big gun. Maybe it's just a double lunger. Oh, I hit his stomach a little bit. Oh yeah, my angle was steep. That heart is that far forward? Thought we had checked and they were further back. Maybe it's a different animal I'm thinking of. Just a singular lung. And barely. Almost missed the lung even. Bad shooting there, Richard. Gotta kill some of those little males, though. Make room for the big males to move in. Or the littler ones to get big, however that works. Morning, Slaughter Otter. I guess I'm gonna go back this way for bears. I know they're in this area, but I haven't seen any or heard any this way, so maybe it was this way. I thought it was this way. This just looks like really annoying terrain to travel. Onward! See, annoying terrain to travel. Got these weak human legs. Oh no. Weak ass human legs. It was about to rain. I don't know that I've ever even seen it rain in this game. That would have been beautiful. Wonder who drags me back to the cabin. Probably my friend Echo. I didn't think about that till now, though, but yeah, this game has a real lack of weather effects. Call of the Wild has a lot of nice weather effects. Well, nice is maybe a stretch, but it has a lot of weather effects. Fog and rain and lightning and thunder and... Fucking ducks. If I was a bear, where would I be? Probably hibernating. Butt plug in, hibernating. How often are bears actually in caves? I don't live in the land of caves, but... What is that? No, I didn't mean like time. I just meant like how often... How many caves are there? Question one. How many of those caves have a bear inhabitant? I don't feel like there's that many caves. Especially where I live. It's either they're in there or they're not. Yeah, I'm excited to see the angler. Yeah. Every picture of a bear hibernating is just like a bear under a log that he dug out some dirt underneath. I don't think there's that many. The like classic, you go into a cave and find a bear living way at the back of it. I don't think that's very realistic. Just saying. Haven't gone to cave spelunking that much, but... Yeah, way more caves without bears. I agree. Just a guess. And a lot more just holes in the ground that the bear dug himself and he's sleeping in. Just bad at finding caves? Well, they also live in areas that just don't have a lot of caves. Caves aren't that cozy. That's the thing about a cave. You gotta find a bear-sized cave. I'm guessing that bears, looking at those pictures too, that bears are similar to dogs and like, they don't want it to be, they're not like people. They don't want a fucking 4,000 square foot house for them, their wife, and their one dog. Right? They want a tent. I don't actually know this to be fact because I'm not a bearologist. But it feels right. Tea time, thanks for the 10 months. Yeah, they are very lazy. Bears are like I think one of pop culture's most misled or like yeah, one an animal that pop culture has misled like the most as this giant ferocious predator. We don't really well, mountain lions. Mountain lions are like the only ferocious predator in North America. Like true predator. Bear don't give a fuck about deer or moose either. Unless they're starving, which is rare. True predator people? No, I just mean true predator. Bears aren't really a true predator. That's just false. They can be, and if they have to, they will, but it is not what they do. If a bear is hunting deer, there is something very, very wrong with its ecosystem. Wolves, coyotes, they'll scavenge. They don't have to kill. Mountain lions are fucking killers, man. Bears eat fish when fish are there, but fish aren't there that often. The thing about like bears being an excellent fisherman is bullshit. When bears are eating fish, it's because the salmon are spawning. And when salmon come in from the ocean, they come up rivers into water that can be so shallow their backs are sticking out of it. They lay their eggs, and then they sit there and die. That's it, they die. You know what else is eating salmon? Raccoons and birds and whatever the fuck, because they're literally going to just sit there and die. They don't go back to the ocean, they go there and die. So this idea of seeing a bear swipe a salmon out of a waterfall, yeah, it's because there's like fucking 7,000 salmon right there. And it was easy food. But, yeah. They eat a lot of fruits. Berries are called that for a reason as well. There's even a bearberry. Do bears eat honeys from bee nests? I'm sure. Another easy thing to acquire. But they probably don't. Probably. I don't know. I doubt bears get fucked with by bees much. I doubt bee stings affect bears much. So that one's probably accurate. And they do eat fish, and they will eat a deer. But like, again, a bear isn't chasing a deer through the woods at top speed regularly. It's just not a thing that's going on. Yes, if it's and same with coyotes. Coyotes, at least where I'm from, I know down south the coyotes can get bigger and more vicious and closer to wolves, but where I'm from, coyotes aren't killing healthy deer. They're killing young deer and wounded deer. I actually have no idea if bear and berry have anything to do with each other, by the way. That's just something I said. But is a bearberry. I know that is a thing. That's. But I'm sorry, that was misleading. That was misleading, like seeing a bear in a cave eating a deer. But it does sound plausible. It's not just that we killed the predators. That's also misleading. Predators hate people more than prey. A big part of why you see so many deer in the road and not so many coyotes and wolves in the road is because coyotes and wolves are a lot more cautious than a deer. Deer are fucking dumb. And will go stand in the street. It's not just a population thing. Because, like, we have a huge, massive coyote population here, and you never see them. They're very, very sneaky because they're predators, and that's, like, what they do. Deer live off the fact that they know they can flee. Being fast and can run. If we had a hypothetical sci-fi tech, could a bear be tamed? I think we already tame bears. What do you mean? Without sci-fi tech. I've seen plenty of bears live their entire life in captivity and never kill anyone. Tons and tons of videos of them. Is that not tame? I'm sure already that dogs kill more people a year than, like, all predators combined. And we call dogs tame. I'm assuming this fact, but someone can do a quick Google research, but I bet that dogs kill more humans than all predators combined. Are bears good pets? No. Are any pets really good pets, though? It comes from a few old words which used to mean grape. Does that have anything to do with bears? What makes a pet good? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Like, we have this concept of dogs are great pets, cats are great pets, blah, 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 but, like, do you know that squirrels used to be a really popular pet in, like, the turn of the century? It's getting too late into the 2020s, into the 2000s to say turn of the century anymore, huh? People are going to start to think I mean 2000. Any breed that serves its function, he feels a good pet. The function that you deem necessary, Treadwalking? So, like, a bear, a dude who has a bear and he's happy with what it does for him, it's a good pet? It's a fair answer. I, too, believe in human superiority. That sounds awful. But that's basically what you're saying. I do find those things funny, though. Like, we look at human influence over wildlife with all this disgust, and we've done all these awful things. We do all these awful things, like killing the predators, and that's why there's too many deer. But, like, we made dogs, and people are cool with that. Like, we created them and bred them all different ways and willy-fucking-nilly to do different tasks and jobs for them. It's not like they were just here for that. Yeah, but Labradors aren't even close to the #1 hunting dog anymore. They're just a pet. No, but no, we don't. We use them as a companion in life because we're superior beings. Like, that's the truth. Like, less than 1% of dog owners use them for a job. Beyond, you're my companion. But then they hate hunters, Slaughter Otter, right? And they hate fishermen, and they hate hunters. Yet, yeah, dogs are cute. Cats are cool. I just think humanity is really, really good at turning a blind eye to the things they're okay with, and pretending like there isn't any similarities. Trophy hunting is so bad, but look at my pug. I'll tell you which one is way more fucked up. It's the pug, dude. It's definitely the pug. S tier man. And on like wild levels, Pew, there are so many layers of mental gymnastics that go on to justify things. It's so funny. My trophy is still alive. It's only socially acceptable because we deemed it so. And then that's just fun. It's really, when you really start to like look at life and specifically wildlife stuff. These games always make me think and have some interesting opinions. Mainly because hunting is still pretty frowned upon. I wonder what the actual percentage of people that would say they dislike hunting is. I bet it's pretty high. Deer jerky? Jerky is another thing. Richard's angry rants of another Richard angry rant of the day. Jerky is stupid. We have refrigerators, we have freezers. Why are we still taking all of the moisture out of meat for long-term preservation? We don't need to store meat for seasons. It's it's stupid. You know what's better than jerky? Some fucking meat that you refrigerated in a Tupperware container. Eat that shit cold. It's better than any jerky you'll ever give me. You're not gonna eat a steak in your car ride. Why not? We're just trying. It's yes. It's just for the taste and the like convenience of making it again like a socially acceptable snack. I think that's really is part of it. Like gas stations could sell little fucking refrigerated meat cubes, and I'd eat the fuck out of those over jerky. They do though? Beef cubes? I've never seen it. That's tight. I love that. I want some. Refrigerated, like a little chunk of like cubed steak. You give me some cubed flank steak. Also, the price of jerky. I mean, it makes sense though because you're taking like, you know, meat that's getting expensive and just ruining it. It's more about price than optics. Yeah, that's true, Space. That's true. That I guess for that reason, jerky makes sense. You not that's a fair reason for jerky to make sense for like gas station stuff like that. It can sit on a shelf for a month, sit in a warehouse for God knows how long. That's true. You can't do that with steak. However, I will never make jerky out of anything I kill because I'd rather just have like leftover fucking stew meat. You like the taste? There's no special taste that comes from jerky, though. That's the thing. Jerky isn't a flavor. It's not an opinion. It's a fact. Taking the moisture out of it doesn't. Like that doesn't. It's just flavor. Yeah, jerky is just seasoning. You could do that to a piece of flank steak and not have to fucking have dry, chewy meat in your mouth. And it really does come from like, you know, history of preserving meat, which is just unnecessary. I don't know. I'm not a jerky guy. I can't get behind it, especially for its price tag. And I cannot believe what it's up to now, right now, with the way shit's going, inflation and my buddy picked up a bag of jerky. He said, "Oh, it's only $8. That's cheap." And I was like, "Fuck, dude, I would never spend $8 on a snack in my entire life." And then we get up to the counter, and the lady rings it up, and it's $24.99. And he's like, "It said $8." She's like, "Oh, that must have been priced wrong." I thought $8 was too much to pay for it, and the goddamn bag of jerky was $24.99. It's not really overpriced though, because it's a pound of this example was a pound of meat. Like a pound of steak is pretty close to what? I mean, a really cheap cut you might get for what? $12, $13, cooked, packaged, served, delivered. It's not. I agree. It's not worth it to me. I can't justify jerky. I agree with you there. I would eat jerky if somebody was like, "Hey, man, want some jerky? Sure, dude. I'll stick my hand in your bag and I'll eat your free meat." But I would do that with like anything, any food product. Somebody offered me cold pulled pork sandwiches the other day. I ate them. I don't care that they're cold. Yeah, they had that like meat that sat for a little too long, greasy texture to it, but that's okay. Yeah, a little bit of gelatinous. The fat had turned a little gelatinous, but like it was free. Slim Jims aren't jerky. And Slim Jims are a much better alternative to jerky. Because they don't cost me fucking $14. And that makes them great. Meat sticks. They're like little sausages, is I guess what they would be, right? Though you could just buy yourself like a summer sausage. Yeah, lately I just do like a summer sauce. A dried hot dog. They don't actually aren't dried and they don't last very long. I learned that the hard way. Anyone remembers the first time I went to Cobalt's house? He had been sponsored by I think Jack Links. Hashtag ad for Cobalt 8 years later. And he had just boxes and boxes of them left over. And he's like, dude, eat as many as you want. So I ate like, cause again, free food. So I ate like 40 of the motherfuckers. I was eating like one every 20 minutes. I started to feel really sick. And the next day, sitting there with Cobalt, and he goes to grab one of those Jack Links, hashtag ad for Cobalt. And he's like, oh shit, these are expired by like a month. So that made sense. I only ate like 6 more after that because I got a little sketched out, but they don't last that long. I think they only last like a few months. If you hate convenience-based products, you're going to go wild when you hear about bottled water consumption. I drink bottled water. Bottled water's fine. I don't think jerky is really a convenience-based product as much as like just some weird... It's like grilling. It's just... Here we go. I'm going to piss off the grillers in chat too. It's like grilling. It's just some fucking... And lawn mowing. It's some manly thing that men are supposed to do. And like... You're supposed to eat jerky, grill your meat, and mow your grass in a perfect pattern. And like all that's bullshit. None of those things are necessary. Untimely thing for the 86 months. Just by a goat. No, dude, I don't know. I haven't. Wait till you hear this one. I've lived in this house now, I don't know, like 3 years. Never mowed my lawn. Did you know that if you have like rich neighbors and you don't mow your grass, they'll just mow that shit for you? They will. It's great. Fuck them. So I live on a lake, and in order for my neighbors to get their lawnmower from their garage, I live on a lake on a hill. All our houses are built into a hill. So in order for anyone who lives to the right of my house to get to their beach, their lawn that's down by the water, they either have to go down a hill where you'll die, or they have to go around and come through all of our front yards. So I let them, but they mow my yard. On the way through, they just do. I didn't tell them they had to, but I did give them permission to drive through my yard. And in turn, I think they mow my yard because it's ugly and they feel like they have to because they drive through to get to their lawn. I don't know why the neighbor across the street mows my front yard. Probably just because he doesn't like looking at it. But you know what? Either way, I haven't mowed my lawn in 3 years. And I don't ask questions. Are the nice neighbors otherwise? They do weird shit like mow my lawn, take my Christmas tree. I had a Christmas tree, and I was saving it because I was gonna do something with it. Let's just say do something with it, because what I was going to do with it isn't exactly legal. But anyway, I was saving this Christmas tree. I was going to do something with it. That's right, you can do illegal things with a Christmas tree. More at 11. And they took it, and I'm assuming threw it away. It was like a dead pine tree. I laid it in my driveway. My driveway. For like, I don't know. Winter wasn't over, and they took it. I had one annoying ass neighbor. She was the one I always bitched about. She burns leaves, or burned leaves with a blowtorch, like a propane tank and a big torch, and she'd sit out there and like try to get wet leaves to burn, make the whole neighborhood stink. I fucking hated her. And she would randomly show up and knock on my door at like 7:30 in the morning and be like, do you have any almond butter? No, I'm a bachelor. I got like a half a fucking box of Little Caesars and ketchup in my refrigerator. What do you want? I'm not kidding either. She would always ask me for like really weird baking ingredients, extracts and things like. No, I don't. Oh, I was looking at a recipe on Facebook and all I need is. Why'd you knock on my door? Of all doors in the neighborhood. Anyway, she killed herself the other day, so now my neighborhood, like, I don't know, my neighbors are alright. The cops showed up and knocked on my door and had said that the neighbor had died. Well, not died. Implied that the neighbor had been killed. And I had already, like, ranted about how much she drives me crazy before they let me know that part. And I thought that I had incriminated myself for murder, but... They wanted to know about gunshots, and I was like, oh, Jesus. Lord help me. I'm sorry. I didn't like her, but I wouldn't do that. All of my stories end in horrible sadness. It's just a fact. Frostbite, thank you for the tier 2 in the 35 months. It's the second girlfriend this guy's had kill herself in 3 years. I've been here three, maybe 4. I'm old, so 3 years could be 1, could be 5. It's somewhere in that ballpark. But it's the second one since I've lived here he's had kill herself. Well, I guess he hasn't had. Anyway, you get what I'm trying to say. Sus as fuck. She was like a 60-something-year-old woman. I guess she just lost her shit that night. They're always partying. Everybody who's lived on this lake, besides like a few of us, has been here for like 25 plus years. So they have all this fucking drama. Who's fucked whose wife? Who's fucking whose husband? Whose husbands are fucking each other? There's like just so much drama. It's insane. But they're always still partying and drinking. And so I guess the other night she gets fucking really drunk. Goes into the house of a woman that used to sleep with her now boyfriend. 62-year-old woman, mind you. Goes in and beats her fucking senseless in her sleep. Rev Banger, thanks for the $55, Shrimp Lady, but here's some money. I appreciate that. I'll get some almond butter. That's cruel. I'm going to hell. But yeah, she beat some woman, some old lady beat up another old lady in her sleep, then went home and killed herself. This, even if the dude didn't have anything to do with it physically, like what kind of trauma are you instilling on women that you had it happen to you twice? I haven't found any bears in this area. I know that they're down here somewhere. I know I've killed them over here. I've run them over with my Jeep. I've mostly just been walking and talking, though. I want to live near that. I don't have anything to do with them. I'm none of my neighbors. My neighbor across the street is the only neighbor I talk to regularly. And it's because he has grandkids in my daughter's grade. So, like, there's a reason. They bring me cookies on holidays. So I guess my neighbors are pretty good. I get cookies. There's like a creepy old meth addict that's a couple houses down. They're kind of annoying because they got drug deals going on all night long. And unfortunately, drug users tend to have like loud, thumpy cars and busted exhaust, so that's kind of annoying. But I'm up late anyway, so it doesn't bug me too bad. And he brought us candy for Halloween. Though it was like a half-eaten bag of mini candy bars. It was really weird. But an attempt to be nice. I think my least favorite neighbor right now is a cat. And it's because it bites me all the time. I can't go outside anymore. I have to just stay in my house. I don't know how to, like, train a cat or teach a cat because I've never really had one as an adult. And they seem so little and fragile and, like, you can't, I don't know, you can't even, like, swat a cat, I don't feel. I'll break it. It's itty bitty. And yelling at a cat does nothing. They don't even hear you. You yell at a dog, it fucking, you know it hears you. It can't help but, like, perk its ears up. Or down and get madder. But either way, you know. But a cat, it just doesn't react to you yelling at it. Give her a food bribe. So I originally thought this cat was stray. And I was going to keep it for Alice. So I let it in the house for like a day. It was super sweet, very lovey, wonderful cat. Then it got dark. And the cat started biting me until I let it outside. And now it's been like a year and a half that every time it sees me, it bites me. So, I don't know. Cat shit. I'm not even kidding. Like, it sees me. It's such a dick. I live on a private drive. So it's one lane. So you'll be coming down the road, and there's the cat, right? Just sitting in the road doing cat shit. And then he'll fucking walk to my house down the middle of the road. So I gotta, like, drive 1 mile an hour following this cat home. And I know that the minute I open the fucking door, there's that cat gonna be biting my fucking ankles. He really is a bully. Like a horrible bully. And I just don't know how to just stop it. I try to run, and that makes him even more aggressive. You gotta just tough it out. The best thing you can do is just tough it out. And get inside. Give it some catnip. Catnip is like code for rat poison, right? I have 2 dogs. It doesn't give a fuck. How do the dogs react? They lose their fucking mind. I used to have a squirrel that would fucking sit on my handrail right outside my door and drive my dog nuts, but he's finally gone. I think the cat killed it. So at least it got something out of the cat. It's like a weekly occurrence, the sounds of the echoes of slaughter as the cat's killing a chipmunk or a squirrel. Because the neighbors just let it fucking roam and murder. Have I tried taking the cat again into your house? Yes. No. Yes and no. it chased me into the house once, and I didn't close the door fast enough. So yes. He'll calm down and like let you pet him again eventually, but anytime you attempt to walk away from him, he bites your ankles. And I know it's very much a just play with me forever type deal, and stop playing with me deal. But I'm not. I'm not. I don't like cats to begin with, let alone ones that bite me. The cat chases you on the air. It's not the first time. When I was so my dad was an alcoholic for a long time, and not really around, but when we were teenagers, my mom got all fucked up, and my dad basically, like, begrudgingly got his life together. This is an important part of the story, I swear. It has to do with cats, too. We're just not there yet. So anyway, he gets sober, starts getting his life together, but we didn't have space for me and my brother to move in with him. So this fucking crazy biker dude, Peter. His name was Pete, but Peter sounded better. And Pete's short for Peter. Anyway, Pete is like, you can have my trailer as long as you take care of my cat Booger. I'm not joking. This genuine is a true story that happened in my life. He was like all excited about my dad taking us in and my dad getting his life together, and said he was going to go off on some motorcycle ride and might never come back, so we could have his trailer. He just gave it to us as long as we would take care of his cat Booger. See, I told you it was about cats. And so my dad said, yeah. Dad doesn't like animals at all. Doesn't give a fuck about them. Not a fan. So we have this cat Booger. Great cat. I don't know. We're there like 2 weeks living in this trailer. I guess it was Booger's trailer. It wasn't really even ours. It was his. We're living in this trailer with my dad and this cat. And things are good for like 2 weeks. I come home from school one day, and this fucking cat comes up to me, starts sitting there. I'm sitting at the computer playing like EverQuest. No, probably World of Warcraft. One of the two. Gaming away. And this cat's sitting next to my computer chair meowing at me. And I'm looking at it like, what do you want, cat? And it's meowing at me. What do you want, cat? Next thing I know, fucking cat leapt on me. It's scratching the shit out of me. Like, not like this other cat that just bites my ankles in a I can deal with it sort of way. But like, this was, I'm a mountain lion and you're a fucking rabbit. Time to die, bitch? That kind of way. My dad and brother get home from wherever the fuck they were. I show them all the damage. Like, Booger's gotta go. But my dad's like, I told him I'd take care of his cat. We're not getting rid of the cat. What'd you do to piss the cat off? It's a friendly cat. Everyone loves this cat. So, like, nobody believes me. It's gotta be Richard's fault. You're antagonizing the cat. You're doing something to this cat. It got so bad that I came home from school, and like, the cat would be cool until he wasn't. He would come up to me, he would meow at me like a certain fucking tone, dude. Like, I got to the point that I could recognize he's about to unload. So we had a, what do you call it when you have a bathroom with a door on either side? Like a, I don't know, there's a term for it. We had one of those. Cat starts meowing at me, dude. I take off running, slam the bathroom door with the cat chasing me. Turn around, that fucking cat's already at the other side, at the other door. It was a horrible... Anyway, I'm running back and forth hiding from this cat. It was a horrible thing. It destroyed my life for like many months. Nobody believed me. The cat was a monster. Finally, one day, my dad snuck in the back door, and I didn't even know my dad had walked in the house, but it's a trailer, so you can see from one end to the fucking other, right? This cat's meowing at me. It's meowing at me and just fucking attacks me. I had headphones on, so I didn't even know it was coming. My dad comes running in, grabs the cat, throws it outside. We had to get rid of Booger, but we kept the trailer. That's the long story short. Cats are the devil. This cat put a roof over your head, and that's what you do? Yeah, we had to get rid of Booger. Pete wasn't too upset. He was actually, like, more astonished that we kept the cat at all, to begin with. Yeah, the biker. He came back like 3 days after he went off on his long journey, his Harley ride to the end of his life. He came back like 3 days later. Yeah, he was. He didn't come back to the trail. I mean, like to visit us, but he never asked for it back or anything. He actually left you to get away from the cat. He got married, bought a house, lived a fucking like 15 years long. He acted like that was the end of his life then. We became pretty good friends after. He's a cool old dude. Rest in peace, Pete. You look too much like an intruder cat. I don't look like a cat. Cats are shitty pets. Goes right back to what I said about earlier about pets and human beings being weird about pets, because they're just a bad pet. They got no job. They don't do nothing. I've had one really good cat when I was a kid, and the rest have been fucking idiots and monsters and awful beings. And I no longer like cats. How was I tormented for months when the guy came back after like 3 days? Because they weren't going to get rid of the cat. He didn't come back to live with us either. It's not like he was like a regular part of our life. He was just some dude my dad met through Alcoholics Anonymous. We became friends later after we opened the Harley shop. Like, I know that he came back, but it's not like he was a big part of our... He was like a stranger. How long did the cat torment me? I don't know, a while. It felt like forever. Mainly because my brother and dad didn't believe me that it was happening. Nobody believed that the cat was an asshole to me. They thought I was antagonizing it, which I didn't. Because I did do that to a dog once when I was a kid without realizing it. And I live my life forever with guilt now because of that. Thanks. Thanks for bringing that up. Reminding me of that trauma. My mom worked all the time, so we were home alone a lot. And we had this dog that was incredibly protective of my mother's bed. And anytime you tried to get near the bed, it would run under the bed and then just stick its little gnarling teeth out at you and like bite at your feet. And as children, we thought that was very, very funny and antagonized the dog with it constantly until it eventually went nuts and tried to bite my brother in the throat. And, you know, I live a life of remorse. Yeah, cats are vicious, vicious murderers. They just kill for fun. They love to kill. Have I ever been a pack leader to any animal to live with me? I have 2 dogs now. They love me. A pack. I would call myself a human being, but I guess you could say I'm a pack leader. I know what you mean, but when you say it like that, you sound like one of those really weird people who like writes adoption letters to get a dog and speaks in the third person and says forever home You sound like one of those people. But I know what you mean. And yes. I don't think that applies to cats like it does dogs, though, honestly. I really don't know how you get a cat to respond. Glad I'm not a cat owner, because I really don't know how you get a cat to respond to any sort of action. Like a dog, it is pretty easy to be in charge and to be a pack leader in your forever home. Even people I see to like spray a cat with a water bottle, I don't know. Like, yeah, it runs from that, but I don't think it fucking learns anything. I mean, the cat outside thing is, as I was joking a little bit, like I genuinely have no clue how to reprimand it appropriately, because it doesn't react to any method that I'm comfortable with, because I don't want to just punt the thing down the hill. I mean, I do, but I won't. Yeah, I should get a pop can full of pennies and just throw it at it every time it comes near me. Not at it to hit it, but like in its general direction. That would probably work, actually. But it wouldn't work in the way I really want it to, which is I'd like the cat to just be a better behaved animal, but it would work in the sense that it wouldn't want to come near me anymore. Give it... Oh, you want me to give it fucking tributes? Sacrifice a chipmunk in its honor? Like, wait till it's sitting there in front of the road and get out with the chipmunk and slit its throat and drink its blood and then give it to the cat? Get down on my knees and bow to it as I presented an offering of a dead virgin chipmunk? How do you know what... Never mind, don't want to know the answer to that. Yeah, it'll just stay away from me out of discomfort. I guess I could do that. I just don't really want to be mean to the cat. Stage 10. I just wandered for so long, ain't heard a damn thing. I swear I saw bears up here. I haven't seen any animals though. Like, I haven't running away from me, nothing, just ducks. Too many ducks spawned in, can't generate other animals. Yeah, probably Welsh. That's similar to my can of pennies idea. I did that with a dog once, a roommate's dog once, that kept coming into my bedroom all the time. And just every time I'd walk in the room, I'd just throw this can of pennies at the ground. Not at it, just at the ground. Loud noise, dog run away. You do that like 5 times and the dog didn't want to come in my room anymore. I thought that was a bad place to go. Worked pretty well. Could have just closed my door. That was an option too. I was young. I got a lot of like guilt, animal guilt apparently. I'm working out here in chat today. They should keep their fucking cat inside. That's true. But it's not the cat's fault. Yeah, Dodo. My friend's cat brought home a baby minx. And they were like, wow, that's crazy. We don't see minks that often. And I called it a minx, but a baby mink. And I was like, I don't know, that seems like a bad idea. And like 2 days later, their cat was gone. And I was like, yeah, it found the mom mink, and now it's fucking dead. Yeah, that's why I prefer dogs, Welch. I just have to say no. You know, I definitely, what the guy said earlier about the pack animal leader thing, I definitely think there is like a learned attitude. I don't think pets are a great idea for kids, and I think that was my problem with all my animal issues growing up. Was oftentimes I was given a pet. Like, my dogs are fine around my daughter, but they don't listen to her at all. They won't do anything she says. They love her to death. They'll fucking play with her, follow her around. The one has like full-on panic attacks every time Alice cries. It has a panic attack. It's adorable and terrifying. But it usually makes my daughter stop crying, so that's kind of cute. Anyway, but they don't listen to her at all. And yeah, I do think there is that like alpha mentality, obviously, that exists with pets. Live magpie? Aren't those the ones that peck your eyes out? You gotta wear fancy Australian hats with little corks on them to keep them out of your eyes. You Australians. Australians are like bears. There's just as many funny myths about them as bears. From one of your windows? No, my house doesn't have any windows. I did have a pigeon or a mourning dove. It was a mourning dove. I did have a mourning dove come through my doggy door. The fucker just plopped on in. And then my dog chased it. It was a whole shebang. The alpha dog thing is bull. Like genuinely not a true fact. It is wrong. It's a myth. Interesting. Do not need an alpha latum. Oh. I gotta take 2 seconds to read this really quick. animal science is great because, like, it's frequently garbage. When it comes specifically to behavior and, like, this is talking a lot about, like, being alpha in the sense of, like, breaking your dog with dominance. Yeah, this is dumb. I don't mean, because that is how, like, alpha works in, like, a wolf pack. It's one violent, mean motherfucker. Not the science of the mark. A lot of it's assumptions, though, right, Snark? I mean, there's so much we don't know for sure. There's so much with brain that we don't understand. Like, I mean, I've been hunting for a long time in my life, and, like, there's always this back and forth on the science of, like, what colors animals see and how they see colors, and you know, brain science is fun. See if or not they can see light or recognize light. I'm not saying all animal science is off. I mean, there's certain things that are, like, super easy to track, right? Like diet and, but when it comes specifically to, like, brain function of an animal, fuck, we haven't even solved all the human mysteries of brain function. I mean, less about violence, except the fact that they'll literally kill you if you're a danger to the pack. Like, if you're an injured. If I haven't had a bear murder me yet, but I have been murdered by deer. I haven't rolled up to a bear. They usually run from me because that's what bears actually do in the wild most of the time. Don't go chasing bears to the woods, chat, but, like, for every story you hear about a man being chased by a bear, there's, like, a million stories of a bear heard you in the woods and got the fuck out of there without you ever knowing it. Most bears have bad eyesight? Probably. I think most mammals in general don't have exceptional eyesight, do they? I don't know that bears have, like, below average eyesight. But they usually have, like, exceptional hearing and smelling. Do prey have exceptional eyesight? They have, like, some interesting features with eyesight, like the ability to see, like, rabbits, right? Can't they see, like, fucking 260 degrees or something crazy like that? Yeah, like better side eye. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But not necessarily, like, they're not. I guess when I think exceptional eyesight, I think like a fucking hawk. But bear's big one is scent, right? Even better than sound. They can smell like a fucking up to a mile on the with the right conditions, can't they? And deer, I've noticed hunting. Like I had posted a video a year or so ago when I was in a tree stand. Um, these deer came up and they just went to sleep right under my tree stand. And I was just sitting there vaping away and filming them and talking and stuff. Um, deer, I was whispering. I wasn't just talking. Deer are not good with up down, which is why tree stands are such a hack. They don't, they're not used to having to look up for anything. I thought for sure the vape would send them off though because of just smell. But I'm guessing the scent actually struggled because again the height advantage. Like because they were directly below me. But I know some dudes that sit in their tree stand and chain smoke cigarettes and kill fucking deer by the truckload every season. Deer aren't like I said earlier, I don't think deer are nearly as skittish, especially as like this or Hunter the Call of the Wild make them. They are pretty reliant on their speed, and while they may seem like they're constantly afraid, they certainly push. They certainly get closer to things than a lot of other animals in the wild. And I'm not just talking about deer. Like even deer I've seen in like remote parts of northern Michigan and stuff like that, where there's not a lot of human footprint. There's still not. They really truly have very few predators. A healthy deer doesn't have a, I mean, they're not going to go stand next to a bear because that's stupid, right? But like they really don't have anything to worry about from a bear. Deer eat like baby birds. That's fucked up. I've never seen a deer get cannibalistic or I've seen deer freak out to like things you'd think they'd eat. Somebody told me 2 years ago, deer love pumpkins. I took all these pumpkins out into my little field I was hunting. And the deer would fucking walk out in the field, see those fucking pumpkins, start stomping and snorting at them, getting all pissed off. And the pumpkin wouldn't do anything, so they'd get a little bit closer, but they'd never get within like 20 feet of that pumpkin because they didn't know what the fuck that pumpkin was. So I thought, I'll break the pumpkins open. Once they smell it, they'll know that's food. Nah, nothing changed. They hated those fucking pumpkins. They thought those pumpkins could possibly get up and chase them. So they'd still go out in my little field, but they would fucking walk all around those pumpkins and never get anywhere near them. Oh yeah, myth. And I mean, if you've hunted, you know too that like bucks are a lot more skittish and a lot more difficult, especially the time of year we hunt them. Um, but you could shoot a doe early in the morning, sit in your tree stand for a couple hours, and that same herd will come right back to that same spot where you shot. That fucking doe can still be laying there dead, and they will come right back because that's where they wanted to go. They don't. It's not like they are gonna avoid that area for 3 to 6 weeks or something like that. My mom shot 3 deer in the same day in the same stand. The calcium. I've heard squirrels, or I've seen squirrels will eat like bones and deer antler, but I've never heard that about deer. Where are all the animals? My game is broken. I'm not even spooking anything. No grunts, honks. Try roses. I didn't really need anything. I just wanted to I was just looking for a way to get rid of pumpkins. Getting rid of Excuse me? It must be flying by. I live in corn country, so our deer are like well-fed giants. It's weird too, because animals are like smart enough. They're smart enough to learn, but they're not. I don't know. They're weird, man. That's all I can say is they're weird. Like with the corn, for example, the land I hunted 2 years ago, the dude only grew corn. I mean, he sold it, but like the big reason he grew corn was to hunt it. So he would take down when you know harvest his corn like X amount at a time throughout hunting season, because every time he'd run that fucking tractor and knock that corn down, that afternoon the field would just be loaded with deer. They know that tractor means the corn's coming down, it'll be easier to eat, it'll be all over the ground. They fucking 100% learned that. But then he can shit out there. He can shit out there and shoot them. shit and shoot. He can sit out there and shoot them like one a week. And they still come back every time that tractor goes off. It's like tractor brings deer. They learned about the tractor, so they come. Then they get shot and one of them dies and they're like, "Yeah, what? I didn't die." They're very bad at self-preservation, I guess. Those two things are actually harder to learn, I guess. Or very different. Now that I think about it. Now that I'm talking about it out loud. Like learning I get full every time I hear that tractor. Is a lot simpler to process than why the fuck my friend just died? Because he didn't die, right? It's the fish mentality. Fish live together in schools because it gives them better odds of survival just sheerly off somebody else might get eaten first. It's not that they go and then avoid all predators. It's that, like, odds are pretty good someone else is going to get eaten instead of me. You go left, I go right. One of us is gonna die. What the fuck? How did I get there? Demon spawn ground? Yeah, deer make some horrifying noises in the woods, man. Animals in general. It takes more bravery than I want to admit for me to walk out into the woods before the sun comes up. It's intimidating. They just started stocking pheasants around me. I've only ever seen one pheasant in my life. And I hit it with my car. He didn't seem very smart. The motherfucker had wings, and he just stood there and died to a car. It is spooky. There's a lot going on in the woods, especially at that time, dude. Like, just at daybreak, all the raccoons are coming back to their trees. And you're sitting there in your tree stand hoping that your tree isn't the raccoon tree. I've had that happen to me already. One out of 10 deer gets killed by a hunter. 4 out of 10 dies from breaking their leg. Is that a true fact? There's some study that says that? I can't imagine that. Unless... fuck, now all I can think about is that baby deer I saw get hit by a car the other day. It was something straight out of a video game chat. Like, it was morbid and made my gut gross, but, like, also... So this mama deer runs out, and the car doesn't slow down because he's an asshole. And it had plenty of space to get by. So the guy just, like, didn't slow down. Then the baby. But he hadn't slowed down. So he's doing 60, and he clips this baby in, like, the hindquarters. And that thing flew like ragdoll video game graphics. Its body stretched, flying through the fucking air. I don't imagine the broken leg thing without human interaction. Like, I guess they get scared all the time. It's not just us that scares them. They are just a skittish animal, but they seem so good on their feet. Maybe it's just because I live in flat Michigan that owls have very few natural predators. Number one cause of owls is inanimate objects. Like, they get focused on their prey. They George of the jungle. Watch out for that tree! That's how they die. That's fucking great. It's amazing and awful. But it is, like, that's nature. And that's the part, again, we were talking about humans and their, like, weird ability to play mental gymnastics with stuff. But, like, that's nature, dude. Animals don't have good lives, period. End sentence. There's not an animal in the wild that exists that has a good life. They all die a horrible fucking death. Usually getting eaten alive, starving, dehydration, apparently owls flying into trees. Manatees seem like a chill life. You shouldn't check the manatee population numbers. They just all died to, like, weird weather change. Yeah, you'll be dying of dehydration and starvation and then get eaten to death. The trifecta. $60 to 80 years in captivity, yeah. Manatees died of sunburns? The one that really got me thinking about that was I was watching this documentary on wild horses, and like, wild horses aren't smart enough to like manage how much they eat. They're used to having the ability to just wander free and destroy everywhere they go, right? They're like fucking pigs. They just eat the ground cover until there's nothing left. And when they run out of food, they starve and start eating each other. That was one that really got me to look into, like, even the big, beautiful, calm creature like a horse in the wild is a fucking horrible idiot monster. Where are these bears at, though? I don't know. Where's any animal at? That's the part that's fucking me up. Normally you hear a deer call or something. Or they go running off through the woods because you spooked them. I haven't heard any of that. What a dark dream. Yeah, nature is dark, dude. It's not. I've talked about it a lot with all the hunting and fishing games I play because it really, man, I wish that humanity would recognize the pros of hunting and the pros of human interference. If we want to exist on this planet, then the right thing for us to do is to be involved in animals, and that includes controlling populations. There is no other alternative. Well, the other alternative, I guess, is to let them live their natural life of fucking, you know, running out of food and starving to death because there's not enough land left because you wanted to own a yard. Like, but we want to live here. That's just the way it is. You can't let nature go back to nature unless we're gonna fucking leave. Unless we're going to Mars. The next best option is we get involved. And that does mean killing. Well, I've eaten like 95% of all tuna. Yeah, I know. Slaughter. Did you see the price of Alaskan king crab right now? It's like $200. That one's a global issue, though, because one, weather, though there's a lot of people that are blaming it less on weather and more on trawling from Russian and Asian boats that don't have the same laws that we do. I'm pretty... Alaskan king crab per pound. $67.99 a pound right now. Well, that's the problem with trawling, is it is destroying habitat. They're dragging nets across the bottom that is destroying habitat, as well as massive amounts of bycatch they're not looking for that's getting killed in the process. And because it's not efficient for them to go through and deal with individually selling off each and everything, like there's a ton of what they're just calling byproduct that's just becoming waste. And some of it is, not some of it, but lots of it is things like crab and tuna and these fish that are high dollar, but it's not what they're in the market for, which it's mostly, I think, cod that's doing all this trawling. Yeah, they're saying Alaskan king crab right now is just, it doesn't exist off Alaska. They aren't finding it anywhere near Alaska. And since we can't go into Russian waters to see, right now with the current climate of the world, different climate we're talking about now, there's like some pretty serious debate on like legitimately where are the Alaskan king crab. Yeah, commercial. It's commercial trawling ships that are, some people think is having a massive impact right now, as well as obviously when you already have the effects from weather. Because fish, regardless of global warming, even go back 100 years, animals in general go through cycles. We talk about this a lot. They have good years, bad years, up and down. There are certain fish that intentionally only breed like every couple of years and stuff like that. Like that's just that there is a natural order to that kind of stuff. So, what was already going to be a bad year turned into a horrific year, and we didn't stop trawling, which adds a whole nother layer. Like, and when numbers are going to be down, and now they're still getting ripped out of the water, it could have a catastrophic impact like $67.99 for delicious king crab legs. Yeah, me too, Card Major. I can't wait for the Alaskan king crab war of 2027 when they come out of there with super shells and guns, crab guns, shooting us with hot butter. Scalding hot napalm butter. All right. I'm just going to find a tree stand and live in it for a minute and see what's up. Crab people. I don't know why. There are weird things that just get burned into my brain. Like the crab people episode from South Park. Suck my Schweinib. I feel like that's what they said. But a big part of why fishing, especially ocean fishing regulations, aren't discussed as highly, I think, is because we know it's out of our control. It's a global issue that we can't truly stop. We can put all the hunting regulations and everything we want here in the States, fishing and hunting regulations, all we want in the States, but at the end of the day, most fish in the ocean travel some pretty serious distances, which means crossing borders. Exterminate everything we eat. But we don't. That's not true. We exterminate the things we don't eat, weirdly enough. I wish that were the case. Like, we had a good... Fish are the one that, like I said, tuna is a good chance tuna is going to be... besides farm tuna... Yeah, but like, I mean, cows and stuff like that, we eliminated them from the wild. We just made them ours. You work for us now, cows. Is there anywhere in the world that still has, I guess, like, water buffalo? Is there any wild cow left, though? I haven't tried it, because it's not out yet. But when it comes out, I already told chat, fishing marathon. I don't know if there are any feral cows. Never heard of it. The kind of bugs in the prehistoric era. I wonder if they were really that much worse. Like, I mean, thicker, sure. But, like... There are some rewild cows, are there really? So silly. They seem like an animal similar to like horses, though, or buffalo. That like we can't really let them be wild anymore because they consume too much. Do you guys have you started like doing farmed herring and stuff like that, Led? Like a lot of our lake fish here, you can get it wild trout or farm trout. They're also, yeah, saltwater. I don't know, like, the needs of a herring. No, it doesn't, Welch. I would if I wasn't, like, enjoying the conversation. I could have found an animal by now as well. Could have found any animal. Like, any old animal, not necessarily the one I'm looking for. Look, there's a duck. It does drive me nuts that it sounds like those ducks are in my ear even though they're there. It weirds me out that I haven't spooked any animals. That's strange. It's unlike me. We had this discussion before, but I don't really remember the end result, but about the impact that automobiles have on bug populations. I feel like it has to be drastic. And imagine how much worse bugs... Is it raining? Was that rain I saw? Big Car doesn't want you to know. I mean, I don't care. It is raining. Oh, wow. The weather in this game is bad. Feels like it's raining for like a couple seconds at a time. Or it's just really hard to see the rain. We do need bugs though. Yeah, there's all kinds of things we need, but I've given up. Hey, deer. I haven't used my, this only attracts low fitness males. You attracted to me now, chat? Aw. This is why I'm a bad hunter, because I see this shit in the wild too and just watch it. Never this exciting. I don't have a fucking private pond to hunt. Be careful with that shit, chat. I've been single a long time now. If you joke around about being horny for me, you might just get what you wish for. And then you'll be mad at me and leave chat forever. We've been there. We've all been through this together. Come to me. Oh, that's the one. I got him. Is that a good deer there? No. Well, this one's coming. He's breaking off the pack. Down to fuck. It's not even certain. I mean, my dick doesn't do well with period. No, my dick doesn't do well with sleeping around. No matter how hard I try, it doesn't cooperate. So like, I have to convince it that I'm one, attracted to you, and two, interested in you, or it won't get hard. And I can only lie to it for so long before eventually it realizes I'm lying. That's why I can't promise any of you sex. Have I tried smacking it around a little? I mean, yes and no. I'm gonna murder you. This is like my first thunderstorm. How exciting. I'm not joking. It's a serious... I don't want to call... Oh. Should storm more in this game. It's kind of loud, though. But it's a serious issue. The worst part is I have to be attracted to you. Because I've met lots of people that I was like, you know, we could make this work. You're a cool person. We could do this. But then the old brain kicks in and is like, yeah, but they're not very hot. Don't call it, don't name it something. Don't give it a fucking tag. I don't know what the slider actually works, but I assume it has something to do with like waiting long enough to be effective call. It doesn't have a name. It's called Dumb Boner Brain. Look at that. 2 dudes coming to fuck. That one looks shittier than this one. Is that one young? No, they're both mature and both shitty. I need to cull them from their herd. Oh, he's got a regular rack, doesn't he? I might leave you. You've got a decent rack compared to this idiot. Look how close that fucking guy is getting. It's interesting it doesn't work on all of them. Some of them boys just ain't horny. I'm afraid he's gonna get too close and flee, and then make that one flee. Oh, it might not be low fitness. You can't hear me over the thunder, probably. Ah, I didn't spine you. And then I missed again, and I could have shot you in the... Oh, there's the vital bits. Wait, that doze shot? That's my first buck? He ran that far away? I just assumed I dropped that fool. Shut up, ducks. Was uncalled for. No, I'm gonna shove that duck in that duck's ass, and then both those ducks in my deer's ass. Deer ducking. I should get struck by lightning and die. That'd be funny. Sweet karma. Look how little a duck brain is. I guess it's appropriately sized. Look how little its heart is. It's a good thing it's a duck. You can just shoot it wherever and the dumb idiot dies. I did fuck up all the duck meat. Sorry, I'm making pillows. I shot you in the chin? $1. Shooting the heads off ducks with a rifle should be a fine way to sell the meat. Oh, I was low? Damn it, Richard. Oh, it's because it's in a tree stand too. A little higher angle than I'm used to. Fucking gut shot? Nah, it missed. The bullet stopped here. You can see it. It's right there. Guts right there. I went through its right lung. Tore open its chest cavity. Small amounts of blood will piss on me. Not in like a sexual way, but like a you're disappointed in my shooting kind of way. Come back. You still horny? Come back. I'm still looking for the second one. Good question. Oh no, I spooked him. That one's mine. I think. Maybe not. Who knows? I'm zoomed in too far. Yep. Yep. Oh, I dropped my shot. Alright, we're wounding the herd. That trip to Louisiana? I would love to take a fishing trip. If I ever have money again, it'll be the first thing I do. A long fishing trip with chat. I think bow hunting fish would make me really sad, but I'd try it. Nah, yeah, even if it's carp. There's nothing wrong with carp. They're fine. Asian carp, I'd shoot those. That sounded racist, Richard. You don't care for him, so you'd kill him? I mean, you're allowed, I guess, to have that opinion. I hope no one has that opinion for me. Same opinion for me. You're allowed to bowfish for redfish? Really? I'd do that just because then I'd eat them. That's fine. So that's the problem up here. Everything we bowfish up here, nobody eats them. They just shoot them for fun. Yeah, that I do. Because redfish is good. It's kind of different, but it's good. Yeah, I don't really support the idea of culling fish just because you don't like them in the water personally. Doesn't make any sense to me. Not really. Not. That's, I don't know. I guess I look at lakes as being more public property than my personal. Everywhere I know of, carp are naturalized now. They're no longer an regular old common carp are naturalized now. They're no longer an invasive species. Certain lakes and ponds may have different restrictions and rules where they want you to pull them out. It's a different story, but people do that shit with pike. They do that shit with carp. They do that shit with bowfin, and like, it's unnecessary and selfish. Talk to the DNR? Yeah, I do talk to the DNR. They're considered a naturalized species in Michigan. There's only one lake around me they're trying to remove the carp from, and it's a science experiment to see if it will reduce pollution. And not because carp make pollution, but because the river is so polluted and the carp keep stirring up the pollution because they root around the bottom of the river so much. That's it. They're only killing them as a science experiment to see if or not. It'll reduce pollution. That's what that's now there you go. That's fishing in a nutshell. Kill bowfin, kill carp, kill species you don't like because you don't like to eat them, and it does come from old hearsay, usually from, that's exactly what I always tell Chad. It's old hearsay from, I learned it from my grandfather, but like, if the DNR wanted to attempt to get rid of carp, they'd be doing it. They're super easy to catch. You put corn in a net and wait, and they've taken like 200,000 carp out of a local lake here in like a matter of a couple months. That is Asian carp, Welch. Asian carp are a newer invasive species that they're attempting to keep out of the Great Lakes. Yes, and Asian carp are filter feeders that eat phytoplankton, and because so like that's the thing, right? Carp have been here since like the 1800s, maybe even earlier than that. They've been here a couple hundred years. So at this point, they're naturalized, which means they're not native, but they've been here so long, and they haven't had a huge detrimental impact to fish populations, so they're not worried about them anymore. When it's a new species or a species that is destructive, the DNR will put out, hey, kill on sight. There's lots of lakes where you go to them and it'll have a list of fish that if you catch them, kill them. If you're going to use them as bait, don't put them in the water, all this shit, right? There's all these rules for that shit. Lake to lake is important as well. There is very few areas I've been where, or nowhere I've been, where the rules are the same everywhere. Lake to lake changes. So yeah, Asian carp, are, as far as we know, aren't in the Great Lakes yet. You'll hear random rumors and myths from fishermen that they are, but according to the DNR, they've kept them contained so far. It's probably inevitable. I will say the one I'm guilty of, that most boaters are guilty of, is we don't clean our boats well enough between trips from lake to lake and stuff like that. Really causes a lot of problems. The spread of zebra mussels was mostly caused by that one. The spread of weeds is mostly caused by that one, I'm pretty sure, too. By eating the mark. Yeah, so carp, their biggest issue they have is the fact that they are constantly rooting around the bottom, which is, for a long time, fishermen thought carp ate all the eggs, and it was reducing fish populations, but the DNR doesn't stand behind that, because they spend millions of dollars a year stocking fish and at least in my state especially, I know a lot more about what my local DNR is doing. They're quite involved in fish populations and pay pretty good attention. Obviously, there's a lot of lakes here, so there are going to be some lakes that are worse than others, but milk oil, yeah, we have that shit everywhere. What is the Asian carp? The Asian carp has another name too, right? Because I don't like. Is the Asian carp a silver carp? No, is it just an Asian carp? Okay. They're supposed to be delicious, though. But very bony. 10 Asian carps. Oh, that's why. There are 10 different species. Okay. The silver carp. The big head carp. I think the big head carp is the one that we're really trying to keep out. Yeah, it is the big head carp, not Asian carp. Asian carp just covers all the 10 species of carp from Asia. So yeah, the big head carp, and it's because they're filter feeders, which means they eat phytoplankton. Phytoplankton being the bottom of the food chain that affects the immediate food source for small fish. So they're giant, like can get fucking over 100 pounds or some shit, and they eat, you know, think of a whale. They eat tiny, tiny little food, leaving not much food left for little fish to get big. So that's the problem with them. And because they get so big, they have no real predator. Seems fine. Yes, genuinely, dudes. Oh my god, the weather is so loud. Some guys were snagging them in a river when I was traveling, and they were adamant that they taste exactly like halibut. They drove like 12 hours to fill as many coolers as they could with big head carp to take them home with them. They said the only problem with them is they're super bony, so they're a pain in the ass to clean, but they're delicious. Well, I get eaten by puck, but they always have. That's the thing. And like the bottom's getting fucked up idea. It's they've been here for 200 years. Like people hate pike because of this idea that they're eating all the fish you want to eat, and bowfin are like prehistoric. I don't think they're actually prehistoric. I think whatever time period after prehistoric is what they're from, but they're close. Those other fish came into existence after the bowfin. We don't need to take killing bowfin into our own hands. They're fine. Leave them alone. And they're fun to catch. Asian carp, yeah. There are guys, though, around here that'll leave out lines for pike and kill them. Pike and bowfin and kill them. They'll just cut them right across the gill plate and throw them on shore. And it's so dumb. Oh, they eat all the bluegill, they eat all the walleye, they eat all the perch. No, they don't. Because they take forever to grow. Is hardhead catfish? Dude, they are a plague in the bays down there. I don't know the rules down there on what you're supposed to do with them, but they are everywhere. Ah, I accidentally tabbed out of my game. My friend got stuck with that hardhead catfish between his fingers and it broke off. And he is like 6'4", 300 pounds, has broken his back, and he said that was the worst pain of his entire fucking life. Like, it took him to his knees pain. They have that, like, toxin in their spines on, like, a regular freshwater catfish. Because our catfish have the same spines, just without the toxin. Apparently not everyone is, like, affected by it as bad, but yeah, it's real that they have a toxin. Yeah, well, I mean, walleye populations require stocking, and a lot, and that's what fishermen don't want to get into. I mean, I don't know where you're from. You specifically mentioned, Dean. I don't know if you're a Great Lakes guy too, but I mean, the Great Lakes, like, people freak out about salmon and steelhead populations and stuff like that. They're not native. They hate carp, and they hate pike, and they hate bowfin, and love their salmon. We stock salmon. They didn't live in the Great Lakes. We put them there. They're an invasive species that we decided to put in there for literally for the tourism sake of fishing. They don't belong. That's why their populations are always struggling. And the spine. I tried to cut one up to use it as bait. Dude, they're a Brazilian fish. Minnesota? Okay. Yeah. Well, you have a similar uh, issue that Michigan has, which is just a fuck ton of lakes. They're not all gonna be good. And fishermen talk. I've been trying to talk my tournament league into fishing this lake because it had been doing really well, and I thought it would be fun for us to fish it. So they finally, like, grumbled and groaned and went out there and fished it with us. And now, every time I go to this lake, that used to be fucking empty, it's just loaded with all these dudes from my tournament league. They're just out there every fucking day. Tournament guys talk. Or not tournament, fishermen talk. They love to they act like their spots are so fucking secret, but they are so bad at giving them all away. And yeah, if you don't think that telling every single you tell one guy, it's like fucking COVID, dude. You tell one guy about your fishing spot, he tells fucking three, and those three tell 13, and all of a sudden your lake is covered in fish. You don't think that affects fishing populations, at least for the next few years? Yeah, that's why I couldn't deal with killing a hardhead catfish, because they're too hard to dispatch easily. But they're everywhere. Yeah, if I had to fish from shore, I wouldn't do it because public fishing areas are horrendous. Yeah, see, I don't like killing for killing, man. Just I can't do it. Don't like doing it. I'll use them for bait. I got no beef with that. If I'm gonna cut you up, my brother's always agonizing over it when I'm telling him to cut up a bluegill or something for catfish bait. I don't mind doing that, but I don't. That's why I never got into bow fishing up here, because it's just shooting carp. And like, and maybe if I knew a pig farmer, I could feed those carp too. No, we don't have invasive carp issues up here. Not yet. Fingers crossed we don't. I'll follow any rules with removing invasive species because smarter people than me are making those rules. You know what I mean? People who are doing a lot more research than I am. I fish, 3 days a week or whatever, but I still don't believe I know better about what's good for the water bodies around me than the DNR. I should do this first and see if I get credit. He must have a better fitness score than he looks. Um, I'd like to say I do hunt, but I haven't killed anything in many years. I haven't had a place to hunt consistently for a long time either, though. But I would love to deer hunt. I would love to take 3 or 4 deer a year and not buy beef. Um, it's also gotten pretty warm here in our hunting season, which makes taking does a pain in the ass. Our processors are always so booked so fast, man, that like you can't get anybody to hang your deer or I don't know, it's tough. As tough as venison is like as a meat, I think it really needs that time to hang and when it's 70 degrees, you just can't fucking do that, man. Is it a good one, Sammy? I'd be curious to see how that works. And you hit two deer getting chased by coyotes? That's funny. Then like not, but like kind of funny. It's ironic at least. Do you think it's close enough yet? I don't know if that first one was gonna kill it. I think it was. But I didn't want it to run. See that, Tier, that's coyotes are another one that I don't believe it. I mean, I shot him in the heart twice. I don't believe it when people tell me they're overpopulated. Ever. Because I've been hearing it on and off in my entire life as a kid who grew up hunting and fishing. And like, the population of coyotes just goes up and down with the population of the prey. And all the time I've spent in tree stands watching deer, watching does. All the time I've spent on a boat watching deer, watching animals. I've never seen coyotes, at least up here. Again, our coyotes aren't as, I think, as big as some of the southern coyotes. I've never seen a coyote chasing a deer through the woods. I've had dogs my whole life. I've never lost a dog to a coyote. Then again, I don't just let my dogs wander in my backyard alone. Not a healthy deer. Yeah, exactly. They get cats all the time. Don't let your cat out. Cats shouldn't be outside anyway. Your cat kills way more than that coyote, I promise. It's a much bigger nuisance animal to nature than that coyote. And this is, again, it's that human fucking mental gymnastics of coyote bad, cat good. Oh, I'm not specifically referencing you. I'm just laughing at the human condition today a lot. I really think that there is so much bad information in wildlife and hunting, and so many people with this big distaste for it, while ignoring, the puck. The animal we fucking created that's so fucked up looking it looks like it should be from a different planet. They cute though. A leash law for cats? I have a guy in my town who walks his cat on a leash. It's very, very cute. I used to tell a story about killing some feral cats in chat, but chat always gave me so many bad faces that I stopped telling that story. An old man paid us to shoot these feral cats, though, that had taken over his barn. And I felt bad about it, so I decided I'd make a hat. I didn't want to waste them. I was like Nine Tails, but it was a cat. Oh, the wild pig thing, yeah, dude. I mean, that'll never be. I don't think that'll ever be solved. We don't have. There's not enough manpower. If Texas hasn't figured it out, like it ain't ever going away. Wild pigs are here to stay. I know so many gun-toting hillbillies that are so excited for wild pigs to make it to Michigan, just for an excuse to hunt with dumb guns. Eat them in mass. I mean, if you haven't like followed the history of feral pigs, man, like they're spreading like wildfire, and people pay to hunt them from helicopters, and I mean, you can kill them anytime, anywhere, all day long. They've even put bounties on them in places, like, and it's done nothing to the population of them. They can breed like 4 or 6 times a year and have like 15 babies at once. They only take like 7 or 8 months to be mature enough to start breeding. Pick them up and donate because of the processing. I mean, there's also every time we bring up the pig talk, it's like 50-50 split of feral pig is good and feral pig is bad. Like tastes good, tastes bad. I don't agree that Alaska has some of the best laws on wildlife. Especially when it comes to their native laws. We need to eliminate that, I think, personally. Like, I get it. We stole land from people, but we're not, like, these laws are in place to protect the animals and make sure they continue to exist. And nobody should be above those laws. Nobody. I got that link still, even though it popped you. It shouldn't have banned you or anything, just purged you. Yeah. But with like, if you're unfamiliar, especially it's especially a thing in Alaska because they have a pretty big native population still, relatively speaking. But they have some very uh, archaic and ridiculous harvesting methods that are no longer sustainable, and they're allowed to continue to practice them just based off race, which, again, I know about all the American atrocities, but I don't see how one atrocity, or not one, how atrocity makes up for like extinction. Yeah, because like I stand, I'm cool with that one too, Pimple. Like if you want to use traditional methods, even netting and stuff like that. Though the problem with netting is you can't control your catch. So I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I disagree. Because yeah, that is a bit. The big one is netting. They still allow the use of gill nets, and it gets abused. Like if you watch any survival TV coming out of Alaska, it's frequently a couple, like all of those Discovery shows. It's frequently a couple where it's like an American, obviously American's not a thing, but a white dude moves to Alaska, marries an Alaskan native, and then he abuses her ability to, and their now children's ability to harvest these traditional ways. It's not because it's Alaska, it's because they're native. And so we just haven't changed it yet. It's still, again, though, not as bad as like trawling and commercial fishing and stuff like that. So I guess it's not the big picture issue. I just think it's a silly issue, or a silly thing that it exists. Again, it's if it's survival, it's okay. I don't agree. I mean, survival in the sense that I'm about to starve to death. No, I still don't agree. There's other ways to get help to keep you from starving to death than having to poach. And that's what it is, legal poaching. The government has other options available to you to help you from starving to death. It's a choice to legally poach based on some idea that you have more right to this body of water than we do because you're native to here. But like, maybe the whatever they have up there, DNR, Game Warden, whatever they have up there, is taking into consideration the amount before they give licenses to us. Then I'd be okay with that. I guess that could be okay. But it's hard to take into consideration a blank check. It does come back to the concept of land ownership as a whole. Yeah. And like, I, I fish and hunt and share the woods. I share the water. I I treat it in a way that I know that it, knowing that it's public, knowing that it's something everyone can use, and I want people to get the same joy out of it. And I think that should just be a humanity thing, not necessarily a. They have to eat that whale blubber. I mean, but I don't know. I guess I'm being selfish by saying that I'd rather whales weren't extinct, but I guess that is still, on the grand scheme of things, their impact on whales is probably less than 1% compared to other global issues, and it's probably irrelevant. Whales is an interesting example, but whatever animal it is. So I guess, yeah. I'm less heated than I was when I first brought up the topic, because really, if those points would probably be pretty moot if it weren't for the issues of commercial fishing. Because commercial fishing is probably still the worst thing going on in the world for animal populations. Besides, like, climate. Yeah, I've talked about that a lot with getting distracted by little. I mean, that's politics in a nutshell, right? Just keep us distracted by issues that are super important to certain people, but in the grand scheme of humanity are so small for what is actually going on in the world. But we're all individuals, and that's the problem, right? We're all individuals. It's so hard to worry about humanity when we all have so many of our own problems going on. No bear sighting. Not one, which is wild. I saw them all the time before I was looking for them. It's the video quality. I gotta look at something really quick, sorry. I know, I want that bear chimichanga, but I can't find it. I've wandered too, dude. It's alright. Exploring the world. I mean, I've spent a lot of years giving my opinions and I don't want to say running out everyone else with like wildly different opinions, but yeah, I've called. That's why I don't like the word community on Twitch a lot. It's because most people aren't opinionated enough or vocal enough to like really build a community. Like, there's no real connection there besides video games. I guess that's okay. I guess you could build a community around one thing, but if they ever try to take time to voice an opinion, their chat turns into this crazy uproar because they haven't done it in the past. Therefore, they didn't know the people that were around them, right? The worst is when I sit here and talk like this all the time and find out somebody's been watching for 4 years is a horrible human being, because then you're like, man, how did I not let that guy on? I mean, people are entitled to their own opinions and whatnot, but I'm also entitled to, like, ban you from my chat. That trail just ends. Where'd the bear go? Underground? Grew wings and flew away? What the fuck happened? Night Owl, thank you for the 39 months. Yeah, that's exactly it. You are in my house, whether you like it or not. Used to get it a lot more back in the day. I think more people have come to terms with it, but used to get the old ban them, they'd remake their account. What happened to free speech? It doesn't exist in my fucking chat. And I like to hear other opinions most of the time. Honestly, I do most of the time. There are some that it's just like glaringly at this point to me. I don't want to hear it anymore. I've had enough debates of it. I don't want to talk about it again. Um, but like when I started streaming, I was like stereotypical millennial idiot, you know? Like, I don't know. I don't want to say like a dude bro, but I was pretty much I was uncultured as fuck. And I mean that in like the truest sense. I had never had a fucking gay friend, let alone gay, furry, transgender friends, right? Like, I had no idea. Like, I don't, black, Asian. I didn't meet an Asian person until I was a teenager, adult, something like that. Like, I was so uncultured to the world and other people's feelings, beliefs, and all that stuff. And it's been a wild ride, and to see how much I've changed, and I still have my own opinions, and I don't think I've gone quite as far. I don't think I'm quite as liberal as the internet thinks I am. Not because I don't agree necessarily, but more because I think politics are frustratingly futile. For the same reasons, fishing laws are futile. American fishing laws are futile because global problems. Revbanger, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Global problems are so massive that, like, debating who's the best president in the United States anymore to me just feel like it's so hard for my brain to even think that that matters. Tier, thank you for the 3 months. Apply to the tech giants? Yeah, but this is my chat on Twitch, right? If you want Twitch to have free speech, you could make that argument and whatever. I guess. I could see like that one. I could see the argument that like Twitch could be a place for free speech. Definitely. I could see that argument and I could go, not that bad. You're not making the worst possible point. However, in my channel, it doesn't exist. No, I think at Twitch as a whole, you could consider it even. YouTube, place like that, like, I mean, at this point, isn't YouTube has to be like the biggest media outlet on the planet, period, right? Like for how people, maybe TikTok's taken over recently, but like overall hours consumed, watch hours consumed by human beings, like it's got to be YouTube by a landslide, doesn't it? I don't know. Free speech is such a weird one, dude. Because every time I think about free speech, I just think about hate, and then I just think, why do we ever need to allow that anywhere? For what purpose? Maybe I just hate free speech. Yo, maybe it's just kind of shitty. That's extremely good for business. AOL chat rooms? Why? So I can pretend I'm a lesbian trying to cyber with other lesbians? That were also just teenage boys trying to cyber with other teenage boys that didn't realize it? I probably cybered with one of you thinking you were a lesbian, so like, that's cool. Thanks for flicking my imaginary bean. Imaginarily flicking my imaginary bean. Later, bean. Weird coincidence. I thought your typing seemed familiar. Is that you? Mr. Monkey 69? The 18-year-old female from California I cybered with? Mr. Monkey? Alright. There's bear signs. Give me bear. Snacks? No, I don't snack anymore. I'm getting shredded, though. That's pretty tight. Like, I don't work out because that's for tryhards, but I don't eat snacks or drink soda. It's going to be so weird when I have this six-pack, chat. I'll try not to take pictures of it all the time. I have to go shopping for school snacks, actually, and I'm scared that I'll eat them all. That's what did it. I gained like 20 pounds just because my daughter went to school, and I ate all her snacks. I'm off Arizona tea. Yeah, I drink some sugar-free monsters and mostly Madrinas's green coffee fuelers throughout the day, which are like 5 grams of sugar. So I guess it's not off the sugar completely. They have like 5 grams of sugar in them. But that's I still am occasionally on. Someone got me hooked on these stupid sugar-free monsters again. They're too expensive. Who am I? I know, dude. I haven't had a Cheez-It in like I should, but it's funny. I always bring up the sugar, like I quit soda and tea and sweet tea, but I should bring up the fact that I haven't had a Cheez-It in like 8 months. I was eating an entire box of Cheez-Its like every 2 days, and not like it would take me 2 days to eat one, but I would eat the entire box, then go buy 2 more boxes for school snacks, and end up eating one. What's the point of living? I don't know. I've had to recently increase how much I eat because it like didn't feel like enough. I felt full, but I felt low energy often. So I've had to increase how much I eat. I still splurge every like couple days and eat pizza and stuff. I just quit soda and snacks. But that was like 50% of my caloric intake was soda and snacks. A bear's gonna come to me, or I'm gonna come on it. Those are the options. Anyone who's trying to lose weight, it's super frustrating because you quit these things you love and then like nothing happens for like a while. I was really afraid that I wasn't losing weight. And then one day I woke up and was like, holy shit, where'd it go? It just takes a while to like lose it where you notice it, which is weird. I didn't take any before or after pictures, and I don't have a scale, but I think I'm the skinniest I've ever been, maybe. We'll see. I'm gonna get freakishly thin and then go back to eating normal. But I'm just science experimenting on becoming freakishly thin. I need to turn my air on while I wait for this bear. Okay, I shouldn't say freakishly thin, but I'm not gonna. I don't want to get unhealthy thin. I just kind of wanted to see if I could get shredded, and then I don't know, maybe a wife, and then I'll get fat again. Am I do a new body pillow once I get a six pack? Probably just for myself, just to remember what I look like. 6'3" and 140. You're like Apollo. He got like that really sweet tattoo, but I just couldn't stop laughing at how it looked like it was tattooed on a child's arm. Because he's so incredibly thin. I wish I had room for my gym equipment in my house so I could work out a little bit too. But I don't. So I just won't work out. He is incredibly thin. And he eats not well either. Like, not like, I shouldn't say, he doesn't eat like super healthy or anything like that. It's not like he's watching what he eats. That boy eats. We'll stream together for like 8 hours. He'll eat 3 times, and I won't eat once. A floor and an iron will. Yeah, and the iron will part. I think in order to do something consistently, you have to find things you at least don't hate doing. Like, I hate push-ups. Bench pressing, I don't hate doing it. Dumbbell flies, I don't hate doing. You know, like there's other workouts I enjoy doing. So I've in my years of working out on and off, I think in order to stick to any or get any consistency to it, you got to find workouts that you like don't absolutely despise. Or ways to work out you don't absolutely despise. I want to run again, but I just feel like I'm at this point in my life. I love running. It just seems so bad for you, though. Like, I don't got that many years left on these old knees. Like, why go beat them up? Swimming is good for you, but I can't swim, unfortunately. I can run. Does that apply to water? Learn to swim. That sounds challenging. Spin classes? Men can go to spin classes? We have this gym in my town that started up, and they do like spin classes and aerobics and like. But I have never seen a man walk in or out of the door. And I was genuinely thinking about going in there one day just to see. I feel like they'd throw me out. All of their posts on Facebook are like just about women's positivity, but it doesn't have like a sign on the door that says no men allowed. I don't think my issue is swimming. This is another one of those Twitch tells you how easy something is, and my problem with swimming is I don't like water on my face, and I panic. So it has nothing to do with swimming. I just tell people I can't swim because it's easier than saying I have like a weird phobia with water on my face. So like I'd have to somehow, there's not like a good way to learn how to get rid of that. Want to try to address? I mean, I take showers. I feel like I'm trying to address that every time I take a shower. Some things just aren't as simple as like get over it. Like I drink water. It's really close to my face. Oh. With these rising sea levels, I have a pontoon boat, Bat Rider. A bitch will float forever. Get fucked. I make them though. If somebody wanted to come over here and waterboard me, then I guess maybe I'd learn to deal with it. Yeah, no, I can swim just fine, actually. Like, I swim all the time. I live on a lake and have a kid. I swim. Um, I just can't swim in like a good, in what I would consider like an exercise style swimming, because most of that requires you to get your face wet, you big baby. But if I get water in my nose, it's over. I'm done. I'm dying. I'm going to drown. I've had to be rescued more times than not, or not more times than I want to admit, from drowning in situations where I can swim. I'm fine. I'm just panicking. Goggle masks just aren't for me. If I had a fancy goggle mask, but they're just not perfect. Yeah. Like I can like doggy paddle and like breaststroke I guess breaststroking is like a fair way to exercise my way around the lake, no problem. Float on my back, You know, I can swim. I can get around. But if a wave crashes over my face because some jet skier comes by, that's it. I'm dead. Life is over. I drown now. I can dive in the water. Yeah, dive underwater as long as my nose is covered, and I'm fine. But if that fucker came unsealed one time, if I let loose that goose, I'd drown. That's not true. But it sounds funnier to say it that way. I've been in a few situations where I did get caught off guard, get caught in waves, and yeah, think I was gonna die. Luckily, I had a friend who was an excellent swimmer, and he saved me every single time. It's really weird how it hasn't happened to me since I've been an adult, so maybe it would never happen again. Maybe I'll be fine, but I haven't been in that situation again. But it's really weird how, looking back at it, I'm like, why didn't you just calm the fuck down and swim away, asshole? But in that moment, those moments, I was certain I was going to drown. So I try not to put myself into any swimming situations where I'm not in control of my surroundings. I did that too, Fanroch. Same thing. My daughter did it as well. My when we first moved to the lake, uh, and I was still with Kim, she like almost tried to make us sell the house like the first week I bought it because Alice did that with one of those stupid. They have these new life jackets. You remember the arm floaties, chat? You put on your arms and they blew them up and. Yee. But they make these new life jackets that are like that, but you slide your arms in them and then there's like a thing that goes across your chest. Well, she put it on her feet, and we were sitting right there, but we were talking to another mom that had her kid out, and all of a sudden it was just quiet, and we look over and it's just Alice's feet floating. This is the most scared I've ever seen her. She didn't even cry or anything. She just, like, dead-eyed, stared, breathing heavy, panicked. Panic is what makes things worse. Like, the whole idea of falling through the ice and drowning is, like, 100% panic. You fall through the ice, and the cold air and cold water makes you and freak out and you drown. But like it's not actually, it wouldn't be that if ice was warm and you fell into warm water, you'd like never die. But it's just the fact that you're falling into really cold water and your body makes you inhale and you panic and you die. There's like people who train and do it on purpose so that if it ever happens when they're like ice fishing and stuff, that they'll be ready for that shock so they know what to expect. There's no bear in this game. They don't exist. I went on some sketchy ass ice this winter. My buddy fell through next to me. And like it was so thin that after he fell through, I decided I still wanted to get out there because there was supposed to be the mother lode of Mac Daddy Perch. Plus, there were all these dudes around, and you know how it gets when the bros be staring at you, and you gotta show off your dude prowess. So I went anyway, even though me and my buddy had both agreed no sketchy ice. We were not gonna risk our lives over stupid fish. But when there's like 6 dudes looking at you, like, come on, man, what are you do? I went across this ice and it was so fucking thin that you could feel it. It was like a fucking rope bridge. It was awful. The basic map? I haven't gone to Transylvania yet. Problem with fishing? Nah, it's the problem with trying to not embarrass yourself in front of your dude bros. We never went on any thin ice before that. Peer pressure is stupid. Why do we care? What's wrong with us? Oh, you were making a good joke, Lunga, and I missed it. Nice fishing joke. Congrats, Sambo. I'm mainly just here for this story. And I get to pretend like I'm working. Chat sometimes gives me money and I pretend like I'm working. Did I get the mother load of perch or no? No. We got out there. Guess what? Caught like 3 little perch. I don't know, man. They were here yesterday. It sucked. I am Mizrahi. I already promised chat a fishing marathon. That's right. I'm committing to stream hours. Somebody call Ripley's. Hey there, little does. A commitment. Yeah, I didn't say how long or anything, but I really want to get my schedule back on track. This starting this week, I'm gonna do my best to start putting in 6 days again. It looked mediocre, no trolling arcade fishing? No! Really? Go to sleep. Yeah, I think a couple people got early access to it. Damn, really? No trolling? Arcady? How can you do this to me? There's not a lot of types of fish? This is sounding horrible. Alright, that marathon is going to be a short one. Man, that blows, dude. I was super looking forward to that. Oh, yeah, right through the ventricles. And those ventricles? Let's call them ventricles. Well, that's the last thing I need to do is go get my stream schedule back on track to go play Russian Fishing 4. Those people spend all their money on premium currency. They can't afford me. Top of the heart, they're atriums. Damn it! But thank you for the information. Pretty colors. How's med school? Fuck, I'm so old now, and my viewers are getting so old now, we wouldn't even be in med school anymore. We'd just be doctors, but you'd be like done with your, what's it called when the doctor isn't is a doctor from schooling, but not a doctor yet? Residency, yeah. I watched Grey's Anatomy. Just finished it? Did you really? That was a good guess. Way to go. Congratulations. Also, what's it like to be motivated and driven? And do you want to look at this mole on my back? So many questions for our new resident doctor. Does that actually happen, or is that just a TV thing? Do people immediately ask you medical questions? I don't have a mole on my back that I know of. Just a major. That's too. Maybe I'm driven. Maybe that's what's wrong with me. I'm not. I got all kinds of ideas in my head I'd like to accomplish. It's just the getting up and doing them that's hard. Can you be driven and lazy? There's a guy, I knew there'd be a term for it. Pathetic. I'm apathetic. Honestly, that feels like a really nice way to describe myself. A female moose, pretty close. Ooh. People do ask you to look at stuff all the time. That's funny. It's my mom was a medical assistant. And I find it funny that you say go to a doctor, because my mom was a medical assistant, and now is diagnoses everything. You don't ask her to diagnose it, but someone will walk by in the Walmart and be like, "Oh, my foot's itchy," and she'll tell them they've got some kind of cancer, and they're gonna die. Go to sleep. You were a lone female moose, huh? You had no friends, nobody? You must be one of those apathetics. I love pronouncing it like that. It's much better. Hyped about the angler? I was, until chat just basically told me the game's trash and I should cry. So I cry. She just wanted to help the lost calf. Shouldn't be such an idiot. So fucking gullible and dumb. If she could fall for that, she might fall for one of those Egyptian prince email scams and lose her whole family's money. She doesn't deserve to be a mom. Oh man, I got all the way into the liver there. But not quite the tummy. No, blew the stomach up too. Oops. That's bad for the food quality. Nigerian, Egyptian, something. Oh, guttural. I gotta go soon. I have cheerleading practice. You remember just watching when you was 7 years ago, huh? You know what I've done in 7 years? I don't know. Become like a has-been. Congratulations, though. That seriously is an awesome accomplishment. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you're not totally burned out yet. My brother's now wife just got her doctorate. Not to be a doctor, but her doctorate. And she's was telling me she's experiencing some pretty heavy burnout after all that school. Then you got to go right into doing it for longer. Not to, I feel like I'm trying to scare you now. I'm just speaking. It won't happen to you, man. Or ma'am. Peak depression? Yeah, me too. It's a, you know, the good news is it's all downhill from here. That doesn't sound like good news. I gotta get better at this. What do you want to do? Do you have a field? I'm assuming you must have by now. My neighbor is probably done with his residency. How long's the residency last? Maybe not. I like the psych hospital, though. I thought he was a serial killer for the longest time, but he's had a girlfriend for like 8 months and she's not dead yet. Or he's really good at this Weekend at Bernie's thing. Playing the long game with her. He could be. He just has like a big Dexter energy. In that, like, you know, because like if you watch Dexter, you can tell right away that like he doesn't know how to socialize well and is clearly trying to fake it, yet somehow is successful at it. That's how I feel like my neighbor is. Because to me, he comes off as a complete weirdo, but he manages to get along and fit in with everybody, it seems like. 3 to 7 years, depending on specialty. Oh, you're not in the U.S.? Do you still get rich for being a doctor? Like, you know. Any American doctors in chat? Medical doctors? God, I really don't feel like that's my target audience, but I'm astonished at one. Sorry, chat. It's not that I think you're dumb. I just don't think you're all that motivated. Some of you are super smart, actually. Annoyingly so. Picky, no, I was just gonna ask American doctors if they're in it for how many of their like fellow classmates were in it for the money, or were in it for the like passion and drive of being a doctor. Some big bucks in residency. After that, you need money can actually get a good position. Really? Oh, Romania. I just played that Romanian Big Bear game the other day. It was very cute. I should have finished that. I've had a really bad... Done really bad at finishing games lately. Didn't finish Bear. Didn't finish... Cult of the Lamb. Probably not going to finish this story. I only know one medical doctor well enough to like feel like I can judge him at all as a person. But he's like really, really good at it, but also loves the money. I don't know, Krabs. Better ways to make money than doctors? Maybe I'm just cynical because I streamed for 9 years, like made a living doing this for 9 years, but like I feel like I want to tell my kid, you know, find something you enjoy, however, do consider the income. Because like at the end of the day, it's going to become a job and you're not going to love it nearly as much as you hoped. And okay, maybe I won't tell her quite all that, but the reason I will tell her to consider the income is the idea that it's going to be a job. You're not going to love it like you thought you would. And you'll certainly not love it if you're broke. Something you can tolerate while also making buck. Yeah, right, exactly. American Black Bear? Motherfucker. There he is. Nah, not just survive with a roof over your head. You want to do better than that. Like, can you afford a bass boat? That seems like a really nice bar to set. Look at that shot. What a guy. What a gamer. What a deer-killing machine. So I've actually found, unfortunately, the best way to find animals in this game consistently is to scare them and then follow them. So I'm actually cool with scaring the bear. Because now, like, at least I have an idea where a bear is. Let's go find the motherfucker. Let's track him down. Yeah, the clues in the wild, tracks and poop and stuff like that are so few and far between in this. The tracks feel fucking worthless on the ground, and the, like, poop and stuff is just about as rare to find as the animal itself, or rarer. And because they're so quiet. Unless you get them to, like, respond to a call, they very rarely even make a damn noise. I hope I can find this bear fast enough. I was gonna shower before cheerleading, but maybe I'll just go there stinky. I fished for 8 hours yesterday. I smell fine. I didn't catch that many fish. There's our bitch, chat. I don't cheer. I coach, okay? Right hand! I said right hand up! Just like that. I have no idea how the meter under there works. I just guess that it has, like, kinda has to do with, like, timing between calls, but not actually sure. I'm sorry to hear that, Daddy Chungus. I unfortunately am not a developer and don't have any answers for you. I like that if you stay focused on the sound, it never goes away. Hacker man. I've only had bodies disappear when I am playing multiplayer, never single player. Multiplayer is very bad. We gotta be getting close now. I don't think this bear is reacting to my call. I think it only attracts low fitness. Anyone see a bear? I actually don't know. How do I see? I don't know what the call says the difference is between the two. That one says it attracts bunnies. Oh. I haven't never seen a bunny. He's not calm. Fucking game lied to me. Oh, fuck. Shot through the heart. I mean, I one-shot him with a 338 Lapua. Doesn't look like I hit his heart. I blew the top veiny bits off there. What do we call those? That emo band. Atreyu? Ah, he was above a 50% fitness score! One down, baby. Was he charging me? I feel like he was charging me. But then he saw me with a gun and was like, shit. I really do think he was charging me. I'm not sure, though. As a bear, you don't think a 338 Lavu would kill you? No, but like a razor would. And not to cut you, but just to shave off all your body hair. Then you need a whole new name. I'm not even trying to do the like he's coming. I just was asked like, you suck, chat. It was a fit bear too. I should have checked his trophy score. What was that noise? I swear I heard a ooh. Maybe it's just a bee in my ear. They rarely rest here. Well, why not more often? I did not expect to go running at that bear and him to just be there. That was tight. And you eat from this bush? At Call of the Wild, you can find an animal trail like this and follow it straight to the damn animal. I don't feel like I've ever been able to do anything like that in this game. It sounded like another bear roar. Oh. Where'd that trail just go? It just vanished. No, there it is. Can't see it on the rocks, I guess. Yeah, that was it. No, I don't think it's better than Call of the Wild, personally. A big dongus. That's moose. Not even the shit I wanted to taste. It's a dung, not dong. I realize now too. But you know, whatever. I tasted. Fresh moose nearby. Moose takes some serious shits. The Taco Bell's delicious. Why stop? A little poop never hurt nobody. Guess I should go take a shower. But I'm sunburnt. Ain't no animals up here. Let's double check though. Yeah, nothing. They'd have ran by now. Man, you have a very wimpy jump noise. Alright, if no one is around and you jump up on something, do you actually go to get there? Because I don't think I've ever made that noise except to imitate a video game in my entire life. But I never thought about it till right now. Exertion noises are a thing. Like, if I was wrestling a bear in the woods, you better believe I'm going to be fucking grunting and groaning and yelling and screaming. But, like, if I was just cruising across the prairie in the middle of the woods and took a little hop in the air, I wouldn't exert myself. Though I took a karate class once and the guy kept yelling at me because I wasn't making karate enough noises when I did things. Have I ever done a shot while alone? No. Definitely not. I've done it in the wild. For sure. Alright, I gotta go be a cheerleader. Coach. Whatever. I better take her a snack. I'm gonna go shower and then cheerleading. And then I'm gonna try to come back tonight. I want to get back on a nighttime schedule now that Allison's in school. But if not, I'll be on again tomorrow while she's at school. Thanks for hanging out, Chad. I had fun talking to you today. It was a perfect timing because I ran out of interesting things to say. None of it was really interesting. Or eat it before I could give it to her. I mean, I'm working on this figure, yo. Get sleek and sexy, like a Corvette. I don't like the way this shirt lays on me. Anyway, I'll be back tonight, tomorrow. I love you.